Chapter 320. Within the pitch-black lightning pool of the void, Xiao Yan was currently sitting cross-legged within a narrow space covered by countless pitch-black lightning bolts. His aura was completely contained within his body. He was like a dragon hidden in the abyss, continuously accumulating power. Following the unceasing circulation of the martial technique within his body, frightening lightning bolts were absorbed by Xiao Yan's body one after another. Immediately after, under the refinement of the heavenly flame, they turned into pure energy and poured into the vortex space within Xiao Yan's body, adding fuel to the fire for Xiao Yan's breakthrough. Following such a long period of refinement and absorption, Xiao Yan's strength was also slowly climbing. He was only waiting for the right time to complete his breakthrough in one go. This process of devouring and refining lasted for a total of half a year. This half a year was also the time when the people outside of the lightning pool of the void left. During this half a year, Xiao Yan was still immersed in his crazy training. Compared to when he had just entered the lightning pool of the void, his strength was many times stronger. Until a certain moment, the energy that was unceasingly accumulating within Xiao Yan's body finally erupted like a volcano. The instant Xiao Yan opened his eyes, the energy turned into a surging flood of dou qi. Like wild horses that had escaped their reins, they wantonly galloped within Xiao Yan's body. The invisible barrier within Xiao Yan's body also emitted a bang and burst apart. Immediately, following the pouring of dou qi, the aura within Xiao Yan's body rapidly soared. It was like a river that had broken through a dam. In a short few breaths' time, Xiao Yan's strength had completely broken through the shackles of a 3-star half-martial emperor and successfully advanced to a new level. 4-star half-martial emperor. Carefully sensing the changes in the aura within his body, Xiao Yan could not help but exhale a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. The exhausted expression on his face rapidly disappeared and his heart became relaxed. So this is a 4-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan lightly clenched his fist, and the dou qi in his body quickly condensed in the center of his palm. As Xiao Yan closed his hand, it gradually dissipated. With a gentle twist of his wrist, Xiao Yan's palm swung out in a lightning-like manner. This palm did not contain the slightest bit of dou qi. However, just by relying on its momentum, the instant this palm was thrown out, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan was suddenly compressed into a basketball-sized invisible air cannon. Following a sharp ear-piercing explosion, the black-colored thunderbolts within a couple of feet in front of Xiao Yan were scattered by this attack. Is this the power of a 4-star half-martial emperor? Sure enough, it's different from that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, after being tempered by the lightning for the past half-year, it seems that my body has become much stronger than before. Muttering in a low voice, Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the small space above his palm. His 5 fingers slowly spread open, allowing his various nerves to relax as much as possible. At a certain instant, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly turned ruthless. At the same time, a frightening force abruptly gathered in his relaxed palm. Immediately after, his 5 slender fingers were like guillotines that were instantly retracted. Bringing along a frightening wind that tore through space, they fiercely clenched together with a loud bang. Bang! The empty space around Xiao Yan's hand suddenly burst apart the moment his 5 fingers were tightly clenched. A muffled thunder-like explosion spread. This frightening force was likely something that even some of the Band D-class magical beasts, who were renowned for their powerful physical bodies, would have difficulty matching. This feeling is truly not bad. With the current strength of my physical body, I'm afraid that even a 3-star half-martial emperor would be able to fight against him with my physical body. Xiao Yan lightly grinned. Tempering one's body through pain was indeed the fastest way to grow. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yan's expression was relaxed as he turned his gaze towards the other 2 directions. The Northern King was still weaving through countless terrifying pitch-black lightning bolts. Compared to the beginning, the Northern King was much more proactive now. Any lightning bolt that came within 10 feet of the Northern King would be blasted apart by the Northern King in the most violent manner possible with a single punch. Then, the Northern King would press forward and absorb the lightning energy into his body. The Northern King's aura also became more and more tyrannical. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile and nod. The Northern King's strength also gave Xiao Yan more confidence when traveling outside. After all, this world only recognized strength. The weak could only be trampled on by others. Only strength could make others take you seriously. Of course, as long as you were strong enough, those fellows wouldn't care about the origin or ownership of that strength. However, the prerequisite was that you had to have that strength. When Xiao Yan shifted his gaze away from the Northern King and looked at Xiao Jin on the other side, his calm face involuntarily twitched. The way he looked at Xiao Jin was as though he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Xiao Jin was lazily entrenched in the void. Under its special pressure, the streaks of black lightning seemed to have received some kind of order and actually lined up strangely. As Xiao Jin opened and closed its mouth, they automatically jumped into Xiao Jin's mouth one after another. It looked like a monarch receiving offerings from his subjects. It was especially eye-catching. This, Xiao Yan's face twitched as he was stunned. In the past half a year he had suffered a lot in order to refine the lightning. Not only did Xiao Yan have to endure the terrifying power of the lightning, which was unbearable for ordinary people, he also had to suppress the violent nature of the lightning while refining and absorbing it. Although it seemed simple, the pain was something that only Xiao Yan could understand. After all, the lightning bolts were something that even someone like Muhan would be afraid of. Although they wouldn't take the initiative to attack after being intimidated by Xiao Jin, their passive resistance was still quite powerful. However, Xiao Jin was currently belittling the strength that Xiao Yan had obtained through endless pain as if it was just a game. This was a huge blow to Xiao Yan's heart. When Xiao Yan focused his gaze, his dark black pupils suddenly shrunk. The expression on his face was clearly startled. Following which, he frowned slightly. He couldn't help but feel astonished by the scene in front of him. As Xiao Jin continued to swallow, Xiao Yan realized that some cuticle-like doqi crystals had appeared on the surface of Xiao Jin's body. These crystals gradually spread from Xiao Jin's tail. The speed at which they spread was based on the speed at which Xiao Jin swallowed the lightning. Clearly, this was a sign that Xiao Jin was about to fall into a deep slumber. From the looks of it, Xiao Jin will likely fall into a deep slumber for a period of time soon. Xiao Yan's gaze looked at Xiao Jin. His gaze occasionally looked at the golden cuticle that was spreading across Xiao Jin's body at an extremely slow speed as he muttered softly. At the same time, a pretty little girl that looked like she was carved from jade involuntarily appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. Back then, Ziyin had also experienced such a situation. Of course, things were different now. He didn't know how long Xiao Jin would fall into a deep slumber this time around. Xiao Yan gently shook his head. He returned to his senses and rested for a moment. A thought passed through his mind and an avatar sat cross-legged opposite of Xiao Yan. Chapter 321. Crackle. The lightning energy also had a tempering effect on one's soul energy. However, in this half a year of cultivation, Xiao Yan's soul energy did not increase by much. Although he had just made a breakthrough, his soul energy was still stuck at the peak late-stage Martial Emperor realm. Although Xiao Yan was already able to touch the barrier between the Martial Emperor realm soul and the Consolidation realm, he had yet to make a breakthrough. If he was unable to break through this barrier, Xiao Yan would not be able to condense a soul bead, much less become a rank 3 alchemist. Feeling helpless in his heart, he could only place his attention on his incarnation for the time being. No matter what, the strength of his incarnation was also a kind of increase in strength for Xiao Yan. After a long period of refinement, the strength of Xiao Yan's incarnation had successfully broken through to the 2-star half Martial Emperor realm. To Xiao Yan, this was something that was within his expectations. As the incarnation was slowly being refined, time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. From the time Xiao Yan entered the lightning pool until now, a year had already passed. In this half a year, the strength of Xiao Yan's incarnation had also increased to that of a 3-star half Martial Emperor. It had even reached the late-stage 3-star half Martial Emperor realm. It was only a matter of time before it broke through to the 4-star half Martial Emperor realm and reached the same level as Xiao Yan's main body. However, as the strength of his incarnation increased, Xiao Yan gradually started to frown. In the end, his brows started to knit together. When the strength of his incarnation increased to the peak late-stage 3-star half Martial Emperor realm, no matter how Xiao Yan controlled the lightning to refine his incarnation strength was still shackled and could not increase in the slightest. Faced with this situation, Xiao Yan could only frown. He knew that his incarnation strength had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted his incarnation to break through the bottleneck and become a 4-star half Martial Emperor, Xiao Yan's own soul energy must first make a breakthrough. Only when his soul energy reached the Consolidation realm would his incarnation strength have the space to increase. From there, he would be able to make a breakthrough and become a 4-star half Martial Emperor. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly in his heart. After going around in circles, in the end, it was still because his main body was not strong enough. If he couldn't let his soul power break through to the Consolidation realm, then his incarnation wouldn't be able to break through the bottleneck and his strength wouldn't be able to increase. However, judging from Xiao Yan's current situation according to his normal cultivation speed, if Xiao Yan wanted to increase his soul energy to the consolidation realm, he would have to wait until Xiao Yan's strength reached late-stage 4-star half-martial emperor. Only then would he be able to make a breakthrough and condense a soul bead. However, no one knew how long this process would take. In the future, the opponents that Xiao Yan would face would be even more powerful. Especially after he arrived in the western region, as he possessed the Sky Extinction Step, he would be targeted by the 4 great sects sooner or later. At that time, the opponents that Xiao Yan would have to face would not be as simple as half-emperors. Back then, the sect masters of the 4 great sects were already 9-star half-martial emperors. After so many years, they would have definitely broken through their shackles and stepped into the Do-D level. Do-D. At that level, even if the current Xiao Yan were to go all out and use all of his methods, he would still not be able to defeat them. As for Xiao Yan, it was impossible for him to trouble Guyu to do everything for him. In the end, he still had to walk his own path. Although Guyu was a protector, he would not be able to protect Xiao Yan forever. If that was really the case, then it could only be said that Guyu had misjudged Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stared at the incarnation before him. After a long time, a stubborn expression gradually appeared on his face. He clenched his teeth tightly and his hands under his sleeves slowly clenched into fists. Low creaking sounds were emitted. After a moment, Xiao Yan said sternly in his heart, "I didn't succeed last time. This time, I will definitely condense a soul bead." Xiao Yan suddenly raised his eyes after the low cry sounded in his heart. He looked at the dark black thunderbolts in the empty space. The lightning strength and pure Do-Chi energy contained within them would be his greatest reliance in forming a soul bead this time around. Xiao Yan acted as soon as he thought of this. He waved his sleeve and the incarnation before him disappeared. It turned into soul energy and returned to Xiao Yan's body. After that, Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the Northern King and Xiao Jin. After an entire year of devouring and refining, the Northern King's strength had already risen to the peak of the 8-star half-martial emperor level. He was only a step away from becoming a 9-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, from the looks of it, it would not be long before the Northern King would truly become a 9-star half-martial emperor. On the other side, just as Xiao Yan had predicted half a year ago, Xiao Jin's pure Do-Chi energy had turned into a crystal and completely enveloped Xiao Jin's body. Xiao Jin seemed to be sleeping as he slowly refined the extremely pure Do-Chi energy. When the Do-Chi energy was completely refined, Xiao Jin's nirvana would be completed. Seeing that the Northern King and Xiao Jin were on the right track, Xiao Yan felt very gratified in his heart. To Xiao Yan, the strength of these two people was a kind of strength. After resting for a moment, Xiao Yan once again sat down cross-legged. He slowly circulated the flame mantra within his body and adjusted his body's condition to its peak. 2 hours later, Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of his training, slowly opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his dark black pupils. The aura all over his body was withdrawn, much like a hidden dragon in an abyss sharpening its sword and returning it to its sheath. However, the invisible force that was faintly emitted was still like a sharp sword that shook one's soul. Xiao Yan deeply breathed in a mouthful of cool air. At this moment, all the distracting thoughts in his heart had completely calmed down. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes. He was about to enter a state of cultivation. "Xiao Yan boy, you've only just broken through to the 4-star half-martial emperor level. Are you sure you want to enter the 5-star half-martial emperor level so soon?" Guyu's slightly worried voice sounded from Xiao Yan's body. This caused Xiao Yan, who was about to enter a state of cultivation, to frown. The martial technique that he had just circulated in his body also stopped. Sigh. Xiao Yan let out a deep sigh. How could he not understand Guyu's words? However, he knew better than anyone that he needed strength. He needed a sufficiently powerful strength in order to possess the ability to protect himself on this continent, where there were so many experts. The path of cultivation is about gradual progress. I know this very well. Time waits for no man. No matter how much logic there is, it's better to talk about it later. Right now, the most important thing is to possess what I have. If I'm not strong enough, I'm afraid that I won't have an easy time when I reach the western region. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Guyu also understood in his heart what kind of attitude Xiao Yan held toward him. In the end, Xiao Yan only wished to rely on his own strength. He did not wish to have to hide behind Guyu all the way. After all, Guyu would not be able to help Xiao Yan deal with every opponent. After being silent for a long time, Guyu's slightly gratified sigh sounded from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. After that, Guyu laughed heartily and said, "Ha, that's good. That's what a hot-blooded man should do. You have to face difficulties yourself. Strength is also obtained through fighting. Since you have the heart to do so, this old man will not stop you. I don't want you to say that I'm a busybody. Ah. Go give it your all. As long as you can endure in this lightning pool, this old man believes that breaking through to the 5-star half-martial emperor level will not be a problem. Chapter 322. Boy Xiaoyan, breaking through to the 5th star is not as easy as when you broke through to the 4th star. Back then, your strength was already at the peak of the late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor realm. Adding on the many battles you had before, it was naturally easy for you to break through to the 5th star. However, it is different now. Guyu appeared from Xiaoyan's body and stood before Xiaoyan. He was helping Xiaoyan analyze the difficulties he was currently facing. It has only been half a year since you broke through to the 4th star half-martial emperor realm. A short half a year is not enough for you to increase your strength by much. Even now, the dou qi in your body is still somewhat unstable. To you, who is about to break through to the 5th star half-martial emperor realm, this is not good news. I believe that you should be aware of this. After saying those words, Guyu's gaze landed on Xiaoyan. He remained silent. As Xiaoyan was now a 4-star half-martial emperor, he naturally knew the situation he was facing. No matter how much Guyu said, it was only to sound the alarm for Xiaoyan before he attempted to break through to the 5th star half-martial emperor realm. As for what to do, it was still up to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan naturally understood the meaning behind Guyu's words. To be able to reach his current level, there were actually many things that did not need to be said. He knew what to do. However, before he did it, he was inevitably still worried. He had just broken through to the 4th star half-martial emperor realm. Only half a year had passed. To attempt to break through to the 5th star half-martial emperor realm in such a short period of time would be very stressful for anyone. It would be one thing if he succeeded. However, if he failed, it would not be a simple light injury. If he failed to break through to the 5th star half-martial emperor realm with the strength of an early-stage 4-star half-martial emperor, it would lead to a tragic ending. It was very likely that he would suffer for the rest of his life. If it was light, there would be repercussions. If it was heavy, one's strength would decline, and he would be unable to advance for the rest of his life. Regardless of which of these two things happened, Xiaoyan would be in pain for the rest of his life, unable to extricate himself. Fortunately, Guyu was by Xiaoyan's side. Although Xiaoyan was a little worried in his heart, he was still confident. This allowed Xiaoyan's mind to not be disturbed when he attempted to break through to the 5th star of the half-martial emperor class. This also increased Xiaoyan's chances of successfully breaking through. After all, sometimes, no matter how difficult the difficulty in front of you was, as long as you had confidence, even if it was only 1 in 10,000, it could be the key to success. Xiaoyan had always believed in this point. Xiaoyan made a decision in his heart. He ceased procrastinating as he lifted his head. His eyes carried a grave expression as they swept over the countless number of dark black frightening thunderbolts within the lightning pool. Currently, Xiaoyan's strength could not be considered to be stable. Ordinarily, it would naturally be impossible for him to break through to the rank of a 5-star half-martial emperor in his current state. However, if he were to possess the frightening lightning before him, the result would naturally be different. The berserk energy contained within the lightning energy would be able to help Xiaoyan rapidly condense the illusory dou qi in his body the instant he unleashed his dou qi. Not only that, it would also be able to help Xiaoyan rapidly break through to the rank of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Of course, if he wanted to quickly obtain strength, Xiaoyan would have to endure the berserk energy of the 100 lightning bolts at the same time. As he condensed his dou qi, he would have to refine and absorb all of the berserk energy. Only in this way would Xiaoyan be able to obtain sufficient strength in a short period of time to break through to the rank of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Xiaoyan exhaled a long breath with some fear in his heart. A thread of cold sweat involuntarily fell from the corner of his forehead, refining 100 dark black thunderbolts at the same time. This kind of action was something that even that old ghost Muhan did not have the courage to think about, much less him. However, Xiaoyan had no other choice at the moment. Xiaoyan was silent for a moment before his body suddenly shook. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame, within the vortex in his body immediately spread out. Xiaoyan's entire body was filled with a turbulent heavenly flame, protecting his body. After that, Xiaoyan no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and frantically devouring power surged out from his mouth. The devouring power turned into a flaming tornado in front of Xiaoyan and frantically devoured the pitch-black lightning bolts within the lightning pool. After the lightning bolts entered Xiaoyan's body, under the dangerous aura of a 4-star half-martial emperor and the high temperature of the heavenly flame, the nearly 100 lightning bolts that were devoured into Xiaoyan's body immediately started to violently struggle. Bang 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 bang. Following the violent struggle of the 100 lightning bolts, bursts of muffled thunder-like banging sounds could be heard from Xiao Yan's body. Extremely frightening berserk energy continued to wreak havoc within Xiao Yan's body. If it wasn't for the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's body would have already turned into a pile of black ashes under the frightening berserk energy. However, even though that was the case, when those frightening lightning bolts erupted with berserk doqi energy, Xiao Yan still felt very uncomfortable. After the lightning bolts dispersed, the berserk energy started to run amok all over Xiao Yan's body. The unbearable pain and numbness caused all sorts of feelings to well up in Xiao Yan's heart. In front of this berserk energy, even the heavenly flame, which had always been successful, was extremely strenuous to refine. In order to temporarily suppress the situation within his body, Xiao Yan could only use all his strength to temporarily gather the berserk energy together. After which, he used the heavenly flame to form a fire medicinal cauldron to forcefully suppress the berserk energy and temporarily stabilize the situation within his body. After a long period of refinement, Xiao Yan also discovered that this berserk energy was not as easy to refine as he had imagined. Even though he used all his strength to refine it with the heavenly flame, the result was still very little. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel extremely grave. He believed that this refinement would definitely be the greatest challenge that he had ever faced with a heavenly flame. Time swiftly flowed by following the slow refinement of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Another half a year passed. However, the berserk energy within Xiao Yan's body still appeared to be completely indifferent in the face of the frightening heavenly flame that could burn the sky and boil the sea. Instead, under the continuous grilling and refinement of the heavenly flame, the berserk energy and the destructive force of nearly 100 thunderbolts actually gradually merged together in a strange manner within the fire cauldron. The aura that erupted from within also became increasingly frightening. The energy within it was about to reach the point where Xiao Yan was unable to control it. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. However, there was nothing he could do in his heart. The wild and violent energy within his body was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Once he lost control of it, the outcome that Xiao Yan would have to face was that he would be turned into dust. Faced with this current situation, Xiao Yan's heart continued to complain incessantly. In the face of this frightening energy, he felt that his aura of a 4-star ban emperor seemed extremely weak and insignificant. He even regretted doing such a crazy thing back then. However, there was no turning back for an arrow that had been shot. It was already too late to regret now. Xiao Yan no longer had any path of retreat. Once he chose to give up, he would immediately receive a destructive storm-like attack. Relaxing would mean death. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only place all his hope on Guyu, who was within his body. After all, he was the only one who was able to turn the situation around. On the other side, while Xiao Yan's heart was solemn as he placed all his attention on the berserk energy within his body, Little Gold, who was wrapped in an energy cuticle within the lightning pool in the empty realm, actually began to wiggle in an undetectable manner after having slept for a year. Its tightly shut eyes slowly opened. There was a purple-gold luster continuously flowing within its bell-like eyes. Chapter 323. While Xiao Yan was refining the wild and violent energy within his body with great difficulty, there was a square in a bustling city 5,000 kilometers away. At this moment, there were people coming and going in all directions. There were several huge teleportation formations in the square. Many people were using those formations to head to the central region. Apart from a few large forces, only this place had a teleportation formation that led to the central region in the entire southern region. This huge city was also the most bustling city in the entire southern region. The provincial capital of the southern region was called the Southern Wasteland Ancient City. At this moment, on a wide street that led to the square where the teleportation formation was located, a white-clothed figure was approaching from afar. He was slowly walking towards the square. The person seemed to walk slowly, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the soles of his shoes did not touch the ground as he walked. He was walking in the air with wind beneath his feet. Even though he was quite a distance away, he had already arrived in front of the square in the span of a few breaths. When he arrived, the man expressionlessly handed over a large sum of spirit coins that would make anyone's eyes turn red. He then passed through the crowd and stepped into a teleportation formation that had yet to be activated. Only after entering the formation did the man raise his youthful face, which appeared extremely cold. He gently lifted his chin as his gaze shot towards the distant sky in the northwestern direction. An invisible icy aura spread out from his body, causing the few people who were closer to him to involuntarily have a slight change in expression. This icy aura was just like a fierce ghost that had crawled out from hell. Although it did not possess any lethality, it caused one's hair to stand on end. Xiaoyan, just you wait. You destroyed my clan. I will definitely take back this debt. As the man's extremely resentful and hoarse cry rang out, the pair of fair hands hidden under his sleeves slowly clenched. The young man was the first young master of the Su clan, Su Zhen, when Xiaoyan had passed through Yanluo City. In the next moment, the teleportation formation under Su Zhen's feet emitted a dazzling golden light that blocked everyone's sight. Immediately, when the golden light scattered, Su Zhen and the few other human figures in the teleportation formation disappeared from the teleportation formation. The liveliness and prosperity in the city continued. However, there was a monstrous resentment that had yet to completely disappear that lingered above the city for a long time. Bang! An explosion that could no longer be suppressed was emitted from within the vortex. The medicinal cauldron that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame broke. Immediately, an extremely wild and violent Do-Chi energy swiftly swept out. Under this wild and violent energy, all of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame defense was like a thin piece of paper that was easily crushed. Soon after, the energy storm swept toward the tendons and bones in Xiaoyan's body. Under this frightening might, Xiaoyan did not even have the ability to resist. Xiaoyan's face immediately turned pale with fright when the heavenly flame scattered. His heart instantly became incomparably solemn. He hurriedly maneuvered the turbulent Do-Chi within the vortex in his body and agglomerated a layer of solid Do-Chi film within his body, doing his best to block the wild and violent Do-Chi energy. However, despite using all of his strength, Xiaoyan still had difficulty blocking the wild and violent attack of the Do-Chi energy. The wild and violent Do-Chi was like numerous large hammers that violently smashed onto the Do-Chi film that Xiaoyan had agglomerated. Each time it collided, it caused Xiaoyan's expression to become a little paler. In just a short moment, Xiaoyan's face had already become completely bloodless and as pale as paper. Bang! Following another muffled bang sound that was emitted, the Do-Chi film that had agglomerated on the surface of Xiaoyan's chi paths and internal organs finally shattered with a bang. Soon after, the Do-Chi swept out and Xiaoyan could not help but wildly spit out a mouthful of blood. The aura of his entire body also instantly became weak. Roar! Xiaoyan's expression was ferocious. His mouth, which was dyed scarlet by fresh blood, emitted a sharp roar with all of his strength. At the same time, the bloodline strength within the blood in his body was instantly activated. In an instant, the Do-Chi within Xiaoyan's body also became extremely thick and wild and violent. In an instant, this strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the wild and violent Do-Chi energy. At the end of the day, the wild and violent energy was merely an enormous cluster of Do-Chi. After being continuously refined by the heavenly flame, for half a year, the wild and violent energy that had erupted from the 100 thunderbolts might have been merged together. However, the degree of its wild and violent nature had clearly decreased. From another perspective, this also indicated the result of the refinement. However, this was ultimately not a long-term solution. With the flow of time, the bloodline strength within Xiaoyan's body was gradually exhausted. The wild and violent Do-Chi actually took the opportunity to invade Xiaoyan's chi paths and flesh. Following this, Xiaoyan's body also began to swell uncontrollably in a strange manner. What? Xiaoyan's heart was extremely alarmed. Originally, he wanted to temporarily suppress the wild and violent energy. Who knew that he would end up overreaching himself and actually end up harming himself? At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was incomparably solemn. Although he had the intention to stop the wild and violent Do-Chi energy, the Do-Chi within his body had already been scattered by the energy in his current condition. He was also unable to agglomerate the heavenly flame. He could only watch with his own eyes as his body gradually swelled like an inflated balloon under the energy. However, there was nothing he could do. Damn it! Within a short moment, Xiaoyan's body had already forcefully expanded by more than 3 times compared to its original size. His entire person looked just like a huge bear. The flesh all over his body had been torn apart under the impact of the energy. Fresh blood spurted out from the cracks all over Xiaoyan's body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Within a short span of a few breaths, Xiaoyan had been completely dyed into a terrifying-looking blood person. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth tightly. His scarlet eyes were protruding to a high degree. His eyeballs were about to split apart. The veins on his forehead bulged and almost twisted into a ball. His face that was dyed red with fresh blood appeared extremely distorted. The muscles around his neck appeared as though they were about to be torn apart. From head to toe, as long as he could still control his body at this moment, there was not a single part of his body that was not tense. Due to the extreme condensation of the energy, wherever the muscles bulged, the torn wound would become even larger. His flesh and blood would be torn apart and fresh blood would spurt out. It was incomparably terrifying. It was likely that even a bloodthirsty magic beast would feel fear in its heart and crawl and tremble if it saw this kind of scene. Pucci, that was not all. Dazzling scarlet blood continued to spurt out from Xiao Yan's mouth. Waves of dizziness continuously appeared in his mind. However, the tearing pain in his body caused Xiao Yan to be forced into a state of unconsciousness. It was extremely painful. Ah! A hoarse roar was emitted like thunder. The empty space became distorted and burst apart under this roar. Xiao Yan's body was still wildly swelling in an uncontrollable manner. Even so, Guyu, who was residing in Xiao Yan's body, did not have any intention of saving him. He was waiting. He was waiting for the final moment to arrive. If he took action now, Xiao Yan would definitely be saved. However, his persistence over the past half a year and all the pain he had endured would be in vain. This was what Xiao Yan did not want to see. It was also Guyu's final determination. How could Guyu not be moved when he saw Xiao Yan in such pain? However, sometimes strength was hard to come by. If one did not fight with their life on the line, one would never know how great one's potential was. If one did not persist, one would never know how far one was from success. Perhaps, Guyu's persistence in waiting for this short period of time would give Xiao Yan a rare opportunity. And this wait went on for 3 days. With the strength of Xiao Yan's body, he could still barely hold on for 3 days. However, if this continued, Xiao Yan would not be too far away from death. Sai, you're a little too hasty. Sai, you are indeed a little impatient. How could it be so easy to make consecutive breakthroughs? Moreover, you are now a half-martial emperor. However, it is already very good for you to be able to reach this stage. Such courage is something that not many people possess. Moreover, you were able to endure for such a long time under the destruction of these energies. Guyu frowned as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was covered in blood. He could not bear to see him like this. However, at the same time he was gratified. Xiao Yan's actions were indeed crazy. The end result was indeed tragic. However, no matter what, Xiao Yan was able to persist for such a long time under the berserk energy that even a 9-star half-martial emperor did not dare to underestimate. This alone was enough to prove that Xiao Yan was not ordinary. Today's failure might leave Xiao Yan with a lot of pain. However, this pain would also wake up Xiao Yan in the future. He would not be blinded by anything he did. There were losses, but there were also gains. A soft light flashed and Guyu appeared. He waved his sleeve and was about to help Xiao Yan suppress the berserk energy in his body. Roar! However, at this moment the entire lightning pool suddenly shook violently. Terrifying energy ripples swept across the entire lightning pool. Guyu's expression changed slightly. He turned his head and saw the source of the energy ripples. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. At this moment, one could see a 99-foot-long golden dragon floating in the empty realm lightning pool. Its frightening pressure caused the thunderbolts to tremble. At the same time, Guyu sensed that the wild and violent energy within Xiao Yan's body had been withdrawn a little under the pressure of the enormous dragon. Roar! The huge dragon widened its mouth. A dragon roar that reached the sky was accompanied by a golden light pillar that shot into the endless void and disappeared into the depths. Soon after, the huge dragon's body suddenly turned. It was accompanied by a violent wind that sent the nearby thunderbolts flying by 1,000 feet. The huge dragon head lifted high and a proud dragon roar was emitted once again. Soon after, a terrifying golden thunderbolt roared out from the deepest part of the lightning pool in the endless void. Soon after, the huge golden dragon roared furiously in front of Guyu's eyes and swallowed the thunderbolt. After swallowing the thunderbolt, the huge dragon symbolically snorted. After which, it looked at Xiao Yan, who was covered in blood, beside Guyu. The strange purple-gold light in its huge dragon eyes gradually became denser. Chapter 324. Xiao Jin's large body carefully wrapped around the blood-drenched Xiao Yan in the middle of the lightning pool. Soon after, waves of low and deep dragon roars sounded. A strange pressure was emitted from Xiao Jin's body, causing all the thunderbolts in the lightning pool to tremble. Xiao Jin was just like the king of this place. Every change in its mood would cause a change in all the thunderbolts in the lightning pool. If Xiao Jin could only exert a little pressure on these thunderbolts a year and a half ago, it could now control the life and death of these thunderbolts. These fellows, with their weak intelligence, had no choice but to obey Xiao Jin's every order in order to survive in this lightning pool. Xiao Yan's expanding body calmed down after the pressure was emitted from Xiao Jin's body. The wild and violent energy within Xiao Yan's body was gradually withdrawn into the vortex within Xiao Yan's body because of Xiao Jin's pressure. The appearance of this scene not only surprised Xiao Yan, who was currently suffering, but even Gu Yu, who was standing behind Xiao Jin, revealed a trace of surprise in his turbid old eyes. Xiao Yan's body, which was on the verge of exploding, became like a deflated balloon as the wild and violent energy gradually gathered. His body gradually returned to its original size. However, the serious injuries that he had suffered caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty moving. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly in his heart. However, he did not dare to relax his body. This was because the moment he relaxed, the tensed wounds all over his body would loosen. Fresh blood would flow out even more ferociously than before, and the pain that he suffered would increase once again. In this way, Xiao Yan was just like an injured infant being hugged by the enormous dragon. Gu Yu did not remain idle. He first fed Xiao Yan an extremely gentle D-tier healing medicinal pill. After which, he helped Xiao Yan wipe away the blood on his body. However, the expression in Gu Yu's old eyes involuntarily hardened just as he was about to act. He focused his eyes and saw that Xiao Jin, who was gently wrapping around Xiao Yan's body, was gradually absorbing the blood that was flowing out from Xiao Yan's body. The blood followed the bright golden dragon scales and flowed to the joints between the dragon scales. It followed the gaps and was absorbed into Xiao Jin's body. Gu Yu's expression did not change much when he saw this scene. However, a strange glint involuntarily flashed across his turbid old eyes. A moment later, Gu Yu turned his eyes after the blood on Xiao Yan's body had been completely absorbed by Xiao Jin. He looked at Xiao Jin's large dragon eyes. It is indeed like this again. At this moment, there was a rich purple gold light flowing deep within Xiao Jin's large dragon eyes. Xiao Jin involuntarily emitted a deep dragon roar from its mouth, causing the entire space to tremble. A long while later, the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill in Xiao Yan's body took effect. The mysterious D-tier medicinal pill was immediately revealed. Within a short few hours, most of the injuries on Xiao Yan's body had healed. Of course, this was also because Xiao Yan's injuries were only physical. Although they appeared extremely terrifying, it was fortunate that they did not cause any serious damage to his cultivation or soul. Otherwise, even with the D-tier medicinal pill, Xiao Yan would not have been able to recover so quickly. With the rapid recovery of his injuries, the aura within Xiao Yan's body also gradually recovered. A few days later, Xiao Yan's complexion had once again become rosy. He immediately entered his training state again. This time, with Xiao Jin's absolute suppression, the wild and violent energy within Xiao Yan's body had turned into a cluster of extremely gentle and enormous dou qi. As long as Xiao Yan devoured it, he would have the opportunity to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan would not hesitate when faced with such an opportunity. Compared to the wild and violent state from before, it was much easier to refine and absorb the dou qi at this moment. As the heavenly flame continued to refine the dou qi, Xiao Yan's strength also rapidly increased. In a short 2 months, Xiao Yan's strength had increased from an initial 4-star half-martial emperor to an intermediate Xiao Yan. The refining process within his body continued. Xiao Yan's strength also continued to grow. Ha! With a loud shout, Xiao Yan borrowed the final strand of dou qi from within his body and attempted to break through the barrier to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Bang! A muffled bang sound was heard from within Xiao Yan's body. However, after several attempts, Xiao Yan ultimately returned in disappointment. Although Xiao Yan's strength had reached the late stage of a 4-star half-martial emperor after devouring the dou qi, the amount of dou qi that he needed to break through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor was far more than this. With merely this amount of dou qi, it was simply impossible for him to break through the barrier to become a 4-star half-martial emperor and become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Damn it! Why did it have to go wrong at such a time? Sensing the gap between his strength and that formless barrier, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a bit of anger in his heart. He did not expect that the amount of dou qi that he had risked his life to refine was only this amount of dou qi. Although the current Xiao Yan seemed to have reached the late stage of a 4-star half-martial emperor, the amount of dou qi that he had broken through to become a 4-star half-martial emperor did not need to be said. Although the strength that he had gained in a short period of time did not seem weak, if he were to fight against an expert of the same level as him, he would discover that the density of his dou qi was simply inferior to that of his opponent. Regardless of whether it was the collision of dou skills or the consumption of dou qi, he would be greatly inferior to that of his opponent. Thus, his overall strength would naturally be inferior by a large margin. This was also the thing that Xiao Yan had always feared the most when increasing his strength. To Xiao Yan, forcefully breaking through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor was not a small matter to begin with. He also knew that after becoming a 5-star half-martial emperor, he would likely have to spend a very long period of time to break through. However, in order to allow his soul strength and incarnation strength to break through, he had no choice but to take this risk. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that he had rejoiced for nothing. Damn it. I've worked so hard, but in the end I'm still unable to break through. Could it be that I'm really going to fail at the final stage? No. Today I will definitely break through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knitted together. The flames of fury in his heart immediately rose, and a ruthless aura emerged from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yan no longer cared about anything else. He forcibly operated the Do Qi within his body and began to attack the barrier between him and the 5-star half-martial emperor. In an instant, Xiao Yan's reason was actually drowned by the flames of fury in his heart. He wholeheartedly wanted to forcefully break through the barrier and forcefully increase his strength to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, he had completely forgotten about his current state. Break for me. Furious shouts filled with madness unceasingly erupted from the bottom of his heart. With a thought, the Do Qi within the vortex within his body started to violently surge. The flame technique was rapidly operated. Borrowing the Do Qi within his body, he forcefully attacked the barrier of the 5-star half-martial emperor. Bang! Bang! As Xiao Yan unceasingly attacked the barrier again and again, the breakthrough that he had imagined did not appear in the slightest. This caused Xiao Yan to become even more furious. His body that was sitting cross-legged suddenly shook. His eyes suddenly opened wide and his mouth opened wide. His eyes and mouth simultaneously emitted a magnificent fiery radiance. His aura continued to rise as he charged toward the 5-star half-martial emperor. At this very moment, Guyu was finally unable to sit still. He had originally thought that with Xiao Yan's temperament, it would be fine if he failed a few times, and that he would naturally retreat in the face of difficulties. However, who would have thought that he would actually be muddle-headed at this moment, and insist on trying to forcefully break through? From the looks of it, it would be very difficult to forcefully pull him back. This brat, he has already suffered once. Why is he still so immature? If he fails, then he fails. At the very most, he can just cultivate again. Why is he still so stubborn? Sigh. Seeing Xiao Yan's crazy actions, Guyu felt helpless in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Yan's aura was at its peak. If he were to forcefully interrupt it, it would likely affect Xiao Yan's future cultivation. Thus, he could only helplessly hope that Xiao Yan would be able to forcefully break through. Only by doing so would he be able to stabilize his current state of mind. Chapter 325. Break for me. Xiao Yan once again let out a furious roar in his heart. All the Do Qi in his body surged out at this moment. He used all his strength to attack the barrier between Xiao Yan and the 5-star half-martial emperor. Bang! Unfortunately, regardless of how Xiao Yan used all his strength, that layer of invisible barrier still did not move even a little. Regardless of how powerful Xiao Yan's attacks were, they were all useless. Instead, it was Xiao Yan's own strength that suffered an extremely great backlash under the repeated attacks. Xiao Yan's aura had also become weak. If this continued, it was likely that his strength would be greatly affected. This brat, I cannot allow him to continue. If this continues, I'm afraid that even the old me will not be able to control the outcome. Guyu muttered softly after seeing Xiao Yan forcefully maneuver the Do Qi within his body with a crazy expression to attack the barrier of a 5-star bandit. A solemn expression involuntarily rose in Guyu's heart as he softly muttered. Given Xiao Yan's current condition, it was impossible for him to forcefully break through to the 5th star without the support of sufficient pure Do Qi. Although there was an uncountable amount of lightning energy in this space, Xiao Yan did not have the time to refine it at this moment. Guyu might be able to help Xiao Yan break through to the 5th star, but he would not do so. His bottom line was to ensure that Xiao Yan was safe. Guyu could only rely on himself to break through. When Xiao Yan once again failed to attack the barrier, Guyu finally grasped the opportunity. His body moved and he arrived in front of Xiao Yan. He extended a finger and shot it toward the spot between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Roar! However, just as Guyu's finger was about to land between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, Xiao Jin, who was lingering around Xiao Yan, suddenly emitted a low roar. The dragon roar was like an enormous wave that swept toward Guyu along with a powerful invisible wave. Guyu's expression was involuntarily startled when he saw this. His body took 2 steps back. Only then did he wave his sleeve and randomly break the invisible wave that was heading toward him. After which, he frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Jin. The corner of his mouth curled as he reprimanded Xiao Jin. "Little fellow, can't you tell that I am trying to save him? Why are you so stubborn? If the old me still does not act, this brat's future training will be troublesome." Xiao Jin clearly understood Gu Yu's words, but he did not have any intention of giving way. Instead, his enormous body once again twisted and completely surrounded Xiao Yan. In this way, Gu Yu would have to go through Xiao Jin if he wanted to approach Xiao Yan. Gu Yu involuntarily felt a little surprised when he saw Xiao Jin's actions. Although Xiao Jin had yet to take human form, his intelligence was not inferior to an ordinary human. However, his actions did not seem like he was trying to save Xiao Yan. "Little fellow, hurry up and move aside. Xiao Yan will be hopeless if you delay any longer." Gu Yu once again frowned at Xiao Jin and softly reprimanded him. He felt helpless in the face of Xiao Jin's stubbornness. Xiao Jin had an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Yan. This caused Gu Yu to feel quite worried when facing Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Yan no longer had a choice in the current situation. If Gu Yu did not intervene, Xiao Yan would really be beyond saving. "Ugh! Little fellow, why are you adding trouble at such a critical moment? Give way to the old me?" Gu Yu frowned and sighed. His heart was filled with helplessness. His shriveled hand was suddenly extended from under his sleeve and attempted to forcefully pull Xiao Jin aside. However, Xiao Jin's enormous body suddenly shook the next moment. Soon after, a dazzling golden light was emitted from Xiao Jin's body, illuminating the dark lightning pool until it was as bright as day. Soon after, Xiao Jin let out an earth-shaking dragon roar at the sky. The roar was like thunder shaking the world. Immediately, a purple gold Do-Chi light pillar shot out of Xiao Jin's mouth and entered the endless empty space above. The next moment, thunderbolts gathered. Hundreds of dark black thunderbolts swiftly gathered together under Xiao Jin's control. The wild, violent energy within them was forcefully destroyed by Xiao Jin. After which, the refined thunderbolt strength was carefully poured into Xiao Yan's body under Xiao Jin's control. With the support of this powerful strength, the weak aura within Xiao Yan's body swiftly recovered. Although he was unable to completely control this external Do-Chi, it was more than enough to break through the 5-star barrier within a short period of time. With the support of this Do-Chi, Xiao Yan's furious heart finally calmed down. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan recover his rationality with his head covered in perspiration. When he recalled the crazy actions that he had done earlier, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. There was actually a kind of bone-chilling feeling in his heart. His forehead once again involuntarily emitted large beads of cold sweat. It was difficult to imagine that if he had continued to act so crazily without Gu Yu and Xiao Jin by his side, it was likely that his cultivation would stagnate once he recovered his consciousness. He would remain at the level of a 4-star ban emperor for the rest of his life. "You stinking brat. How many times have I told you to cultivate step by step? Yet you insist on going against the flow. It's not like you're lucky today. Just this lightning pool alone is enough for you to die 1,000,000 times over. May I ask why you still dare to be so bold?" Gu Yu's face was stern as he involuntarily reprimanded Xiao Yan after seeing that he was fine. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly. He lifted his eyes and coincidentally met Gu Yu's eyes that were filled with seriousness. His heart involuntarily trembled as he awkwardly smiled and did not say anything else. Gu Yu curled his lips and shook his head when he saw this. He was too lazy to say anything else. His tone was a little impatient as he spoke. "Quickly refine the energy within your body. Honestly speaking, if it were not for this little fellow, you might not even have been able to maintain your strength, much less break through to the 5th-star ban emperor." Xiao Yan only raised his head to look at Xiao Jin after hearing Gu Yu's words. The latter lowered its large head and looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes contained gratitude as he gently smiled at Xiao Jin. "Little fellow, it's all thanks to you." Roar! After Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Xiao Jin let out a thunderous dragon roar. After which, Xiao Yan no longer procrastinated. He sat down cross-legged and rapidly adjusted his condition. A moment later, he once again entered his cultivation state. This time, Xiao Yan was absolutely confident that he would be able to break through to the 5th-star ban emperor. While the situation on Xiao Yan's side gradually stabilized, the eyes of 3 human figures, who were tens of thousands of kilometers away, suddenly hardened. Immediately, they swiftly turned their gazes in the direction where Xiao Yan was located. The eyes of the 3 of them were filled with a solemn expression. "This dragon roar is from the fellow I sensed last time? If that is the case, its growth speed is truly terrifying." In a large hall, An old man in a golden robe was looking in Xiao Jin's direction with a solemn expression. The murmurs that came from his mouth all contained amazement towards that so-called person. In the next moment, the old man suddenly turned around and walked to the front of the hall with large strides. He placed his hands behind his back and stared at the void before him. Men. After the old man's words left his mouth, the void before him suddenly distorted. A figure wrapped in a black robe appeared. The figure bowed and cupped his hands towards the old man. He respectfully said, "Clan head, what are your orders?" "Inform Long Lin to return to the clan. There is no need to continue searching. This old man will personally go and meet that person." The old man's tone was indifferent as he spoke. When the black-robed man heard this, his pair of golden pupils under the black robe couldn't help but flash a strange look. Who was it that could make their patriarch pay so much attention to him that he actually went to see him in person? Although the black-robed man was curious, he did not ask too much. He nodded and slowly disappeared from the old man's sight with the questions in his heart. Chapter 326. Ha! With a clear roar, the aura of Xiao Yan, who was seated in the air, immediately soared. In a short moment, the aura within Xiao Yan's body had become extremely terrifying. A couple of breaths later, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened. A pair of dark black clear eyes immediately shot out two brilliant fire glows. The flames were like arrows that pierced through the clouds. They instantly pierced through the air and entered the endless darkness. Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. His body twisted and he stood up in the air. All the strength in his body poured out. The space around his body was unable to withstand this frightening strength. After an intense distortion, it shattered with a bang. As he sensed the strength in his body that was several times stronger than it was a month ago, Xiao Yan's face finally revealed a relaxed smile. After suffering so much, he had finally broken through to the 5th-star half-martial emperor realm. He gently clenched his hand. An invisible force gathered in his palm. Xiao Yan did not doubt that as long as he casually waved his hand, the space in front of him would be instantly torn apart. No one could have imagined that such a frightening destructive strength was actually hidden under this seemingly frail body. Xiao Yan clenched his hands tightly. His body suddenly shook. His body twisted slightly. Soon after, the cracking sound of bones colliding was emitted from all over his body. A comfortable feeling that he had not felt for a long time slowly rose in Xiao Yan's heart. "Haha, brat, your breakthrough this time around was really not easy." Guyu's soft laughter was faintly transmitted. Although he was dissatisfied with Xiao Yan's crazy actions from before, no matter what, Xiao Yan's current increase in strength was real. At this moment, the process was no longer important. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a great emotion in his heart when he heard this. He gently nodded and exhaled a long breath of air. He lifted his eyes and looked at the thunderbolts that were still drifting in the empty space. His heart no longer had the fear from the beginning. A long while later, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his gaze. However, at the same time, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. With a thought, frightening spiritual strength rapidly surged out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. It condensed into an incarnation with the strength of a peak advanced 3-star half-martial emperor beside Xiao Yan. "Ha, this time around I'll take all these cultivation resources." As the mocking laughter sounded, the incarnation beside Xiao Yan suddenly shook. It raised its sharp eyes and looked at the thunderbolts. Without any hesitation, under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, it instantly charged into the hundreds of frightening thunderbolts. Crackle. As the incarnation charged into the thunderbolts, the sound of thunderbolts exploding was immediately heard. However, Xiao Yan's face did not reveal the slightest bit of surprise. With a thought, the cultivation technique in the incarnation's body began to circulate. A frightening suction force immediately surged out and pulled the surrounding thunderbolts closer. As the cultivation technique in the incarnation's body circulated, the thunderbolts were continuously absorbed into the incarnation's body. They were rapidly refined and raised the incarnation's strength. Putting aside the incarnation for the time being, Xiao Yan turned his gaze and looked at the North King. After a year and a half of being baptized by thunderbolts, the current North King's body was incomparably tough. The pitch-black color on his body appeared even more profound. It was like a solid black hole. In front of this strange darkness, even sunlight would be swallowed up. Xiao Yan was able to clearly see everything when he came close. His heart involuntarily felt shocked when he stared at the Northern King's body. This strange darkness had actually caused even his mind to fall into it. "Good fellow. After a year and a half of continuous devouring, your strength has indeed increased by quite a bit. Who would have thought that even I would almost fall into your trap?" Sensing the strangeness of the North King's body, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim. It was only then that he noticed that the North King had stopped devouring the thunderbolts. Although the North King's body was still emitting that strange suction force that attracted the thunderbolts to his body, it could only revolve around the North King's body. Even if it came into contact with the North King's body, it would be forcefully repelled by the thunderbolts in his body and could not be absorbed. Could this be the North King's limit? Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. If that was the case, then the North King's help to Xiao Yan in the future would probably gradually disappear. This could be considered a great loss to Xiao Yan. After all, the North King's original body was from the ancient Void Dragon clan. Even such a terrifying clan could only develop to such a stage after being refined into a puppet. This was truly a great loss to Xiao Yan. Soon after, however, Xiao Yan swiftly discovered some clues. Although the North King before him seemed to be unable to devour the thunderbolts anymore, upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was still some thunderbolts in the North King's body that had not been completely devoured. It was being devoured at an extremely slow speed by the North King. However, before the thunderbolts were completely devoured, the North King would not be able to continue devouring them. In other words, the North King's strength had not reached its limit. He merely needed some time to digest the power he had gained in the past year and a half. Boom! Xiao Yan had just put down the matter of the Northern King in his heart when an intense explosive sound suddenly sounded within the lightning pool in the empty realm. The expression on Xiao Yan's face did not become grave when he heard this explosion. Instead, he revealed a joyous smile. This was because this explosion had been transmitted from the avatar. Haha, I didn't expect my incarnation to break through so much faster than my original body. However, this is also good. It has saved me a lot of time. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile. His 5 fingers were spread out from deep within his palm. Immediately, a frightening suction force surged from his palm. Following a sharp rushing wind sound, the avatar swiftly broke through the air and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in a flash. Not bad. This aura is indeed that of a 4-star half-martial emperor. Haha, my incarnation has broken through to become a 4-star half-martial emperor. My original body has broken through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. The North King's strength has also increased by quite a bit. I wonder what Mu Han will think if they meet again. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into an extremely icy cold smile as he summarized his gains during these 2 years within the lightning pool. He recalled Mu Han. Even until now, he still remembered the icy cold killing intent that Mu Han had revealed on his face when he had attacked him. If possible, Xiao Yan would definitely not mind letting Mu Han die by his hands. Alright. I've stayed here for 2 years. Now it's time to leave. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yan turned around and recalled the North King in his incarnation. His body moved. Behind him, Xiao Jin, who had transformed into a huge dragon, quickly flew towards the void lightning pool's passageway. A moment later, Xiao Yan frowned as he stood in the void. He felt a little troubled in his heart. Just as Gu Li had said, the void lightning pool's passageway would automatically close after half a year. Currently, he was unable to leave this place. Xiao Yan's eyes were grave as he looked at the huge lightning pillar in front of him. He felt helpless in his heart. In front of this lightning pillar, even his void great Tao would not be able to bring him out of this place. Sigh, old Gu, I'm afraid that I'll have to trouble you this time around. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly in his heart. In the end, he still placed his hopes on Guyu. After all, only Guyu had the means to subdue this lightning pillar in front of him. Guyu chuckled upon hearing this. He did not reveal himself. Instead, he laughed mockingly within Xiao Yan's body. Hee brat, don't look for this old man for such matters. This old man will not help you in this void lightning pool. You can ask this little fellow beside you for help. Aha. Guyu's words were not only directed at Xiao Yan. Hence, Xiao Jin, who was beside Xiao Yan, also heard it clearly. Subsequently, he saw Xiao Yan's slightly surprised gaze and immediately raised his huge head. It was as though he was proudly waiting for Xiao Yan's request. Xiao Yan could only helplessly curl his lips in response. He rolled his eyes at Xiao Jin. Only then did Xiao Yan curl his lips and say, "All right, stop playing. I know that you have the ability to do so. I know that you are powerful. All right, now is not the time to play around. If you want to play, you should wait until we get out of here." Xiao Jin could only lower his head in boredom after hearing Xiao Yan's urging words. He ceased procrastinating as his enormous body slowly twisted. He widened his dragon mouth and emitted a low and deep dragon roar at the lightning pillar, which was many times thicker than him. In the next moment, following the distortion of space, the lightning pool slowly appeared in front of Xiaojin. The active thunderbolts within it had also completely disappeared. With Xiaojin present, they really did not dare to act as rashly as they usually did. Xiaoyan involuntarily praised Xiaojin upon seeing this. Xiaojin immediately roared out in joy. Xiaoyan also laughed softly. Soon after, he entered the lightning pool tunnel with Xiaojin and swiftly flew out of the tunnel. Chapter 327. When the fresh morning light shone on the city, the silence of the night was broken once again. What followed was the hustle and bustle of the day. When the city awoke from its short slumber, every corner of the continent gradually became lively and bustling. And today, outside of the ancient savage city in the vast Green Mountain Range at this very moment, there were also some people who were awakening from their 2-year-long slumber. Rumble, Gray Mountain Range. In the sky above the originally quiet Gray Mountain Range, the thick thunderclouds suddenly churned violently. Thunder rumbled like the roar of a terrifying beast, roaring between heaven and earth. Below the thunderclouds was the towering Gray Mountain, which was akin to a pillar that supported the heavens. At this very moment, the crowd at the foot of the Gray Mountain could not help but feel a terrifying pressure coming from the terrifying rumbling thunder. Those below the half-emperor level were unable to endure it and fell to their knees with a loud bang. Their arms struggled to support their bodies that were about to be pressed down. Their hearts were filled with shock. Why did the thunderclouds, which had been silent for 2 years, suddenly churn violently at this moment? Could it be that the void lightning pool was about to open again? However, the void lightning pool had only been closed for 2 years. How could it open again so quickly? What exactly happened? Countless people's hearts were filled with shock. At the same time, they were shrouded in deep confusion. They really could not understand why the void lightning pool, which had been closed for 2 years, would suddenly open again 2 years later. When the few half-emperors in the crowd lifted their heads and looked over with grave expressions, the thunder clouds in the distant sky also gradually scattered amidst an intense rumbling sound. The lightning pool passageway slowly opened. It's the void lightning pool channel. The void lightning pool has really opened again. When they saw that the void lightning pool had opened again, the crowd below immediately stood up. Once the news of the void lightning pool opening again spread, the entire ancient wildland city and the surrounding provinces would be shaken. Quickly look. There seems to be something in the void lightning pool channel. What? Following a cry of surprise, the crowd once again looked over. Immediately they could not help but slightly freeze. Indeed, in the void lightning pool channel, there was a black dot and a huge golden lightning that slowly flew out. As the black dot got closer and closer, the crowd could roughly see that the black dot seemed to be a human figure after they exited the lightning pool passageway. That looks like a human, but what's behind him? As the shocked voices of the crowd sounded, the golden lightning flashed and turned into a golden light that entered the body of the person in front of them. Oh my God! The void lightning pool had clearly closed. How could there still be a human inside? Furthermore, how did he get out? The void lightning pool can't be opened by human strength. No, nothing is absolute. As long as you have enough strength, it is not difficult to open the void lightning pool. Don't tell me, this person is a Dodi? Whoosh! A voice filled with shock immediately rang out. The expressions of everyone present changed. Only the few half-martial emperors still wore grave expressions as they looked at the black figure in the sky. With their strength, they were naturally able to sense that the person in the sky was not some elite Dodi. Instead, he was a Bandi. However, the thing that caused them to be grave was that the few Bandi experts present were unable to detect the true strength of the human figure in the sky. For such a situation to occur, it was either that the other party possessed a treasure that could hide his aura or that his true strength far exceeded theirs. Among the few Bandi experts present, there was no lack of 3 or 4-star Bandi. Even though this was the case, the aura of the Bandi in the sky was still extremely ethereal to them. While everyone at the foot of Gray Mountain was repeatedly guessing in their hearts, Xiaoyan, who was below the thunder clouds, was deeply inhaling a couple of breaths of fresh air. As he sensed the comfortable feeling that spread throughout his body, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was lifted and he revealed a relaxed smile. After 2 years of tough training, he had finally come out of the lightning pool in the empty realm today. 2 years ago, he had escaped into the deep regions of the lightning pool in his most miserable state. Now that he had returned, his strength had soared by leaps and bounds. This kind of great contrast really caused one to sigh endlessly. Cuckoo, I wonder what kind of interesting expression will appear on Muhan's face when he sees him again. Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed coldly when he thought of Muhan. Both of his eyes revealed a cold glint that caused the surrounding temperature to drop. Xiaoyan shook his head gently. He temporarily put aside the thoughts in his mind and slowly descended. His gaze randomly drifted around and noticed the towering gray mountain behind him, which was like a pillar that reached the sky. When Xiaoyan's gaze swiftly swept over Gray Mountain and saw the three bold and powerful words Gray Mountain, that were carved by the pressure of a Do-di, his eyes immediately hardened. His expression was slightly startled. Xiaoyan recalled the words that Qilin had said to him 2 years ago. Back then, Mu Han had sat cross-legged in front of Gray Mountain after his spiritual strength had just broken through to the unity stage. He had used his spiritual strength to contend with the pressure of a Do-di on the three sky-high words Gray Mountain, for half a day. Although this period of time appeared to be extremely short, it was already considered quite good for a bandit to contend with the pressure left behind by a true elite Do-di. At the very least, most people might not even have the courage to do so. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily moved as he recalled the words that Qilin had said back then. Since Mu Han had managed to endure for half a day under the pressure of a Do-di, he wondered just how long he would be able to endure if it was him. With curiosity in his heart, Xiaoyan's body landed on the mountain peak that Mu Han had stood on earlier. He slowly lifted his gaze and his dark black eyes looked at the three large words on the mountain wall. Buzz buzz. When Xiaoyan's gaze came into contact with the three large words Gray Mountain, the frightening pressure from it immediately charged toward Xiaoyan like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's gaze was quickly averted and he did not collide with it. Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze in embarrassment. He could not help but feel a sense of danger in his heart. The pressure from these three large words was really frightening. Fortunately, his spiritual strength had already broken through the shackles. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for him to contend with it. After a couple of breaths, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was slowly lifted into an interested smile. He narrowed his eyes and once again lifted his gaze. Following the soft laughter in his mouth, an extremely frightening and vast spiritual strength immediately swept out from between Xiaoyan's brows. Let me also try and see just how frightening this Do-di pressure is. Bang! The frightening spiritual strength swiftly agglomerated into a 1,000-foot-large spiritual hammer in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. As a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, the enormous hammer danced and violently smashed toward the two large words Ling Tian, that contained a frightening pressure, Gulay Mountain. At the same time, there was also an incomparably frightening Do-di pressure swiftly spreading out from the three large words. In front of Xiaoyan, it agglomerated into an enormous illusory aura. When Xiaoyan's enormous spiritual hammer was smashed out, the human-shaped illusory figure that was agglomerated from the Do-di pressure also waved his large sleeves behind him. A palm smashed toward the enormous spiritual hammer. Bang! An instant later, Xiaoyan's enormous spiritual hammer and the illusory figure's palm violently smashed together. Immediately, a frightening invisible wave swiftly swept apart, causing the entire Gray Mountain range to shake. The hearts of the crowd below were filled with shock. Xiaoyan's spiritual hammer scattered after the attack. That human figure also withdrew his hand. Xiaoyan's expression changed a little, but he was completely unconcerned. Instead, he laughed out loud in a bold manner and said, "What a pity! What a pity! Ha 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 ha! Good. It is indeed worthy of being the pressure left behind by an elite Do-di. Today let me properly experience it, again." As the loud laughter sounded, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. Turbulent and surging spiritual strength once again swept out and smashed toward the illusory figure. Chapter 328. Ha! On the mountain peak, Xiaoyan placed his hands behind his back. His eyes were tightly shut. A vast and frightening spiritual strength poured out from between his eyebrows like a surging river. It gathered in the air above Xiaoyan's head and transformed into a spiritual illusory figure that was the same size as the one opposite him. When everyone at the foot of Gray Mountain saw this scene, they could not help but feel shocked in their hearts. From the looks of it, this mysterious expert of unknown origin wanted to challenge the pressure of the Do-di on Gray Mountain. Ha! With a stern cry, the aura of the spiritual illusory figure that was formed from Xiaoyan's spiritual illusory figure, Ling Tian, shook violently. He raised his palm and ruthlessly smashed it toward the Do-di illusory figure opposite him. The sharp sound of rushing wind followed the wind from the palm and whistled through the sky. The invisible palm streaked across the sky, shattering the empty space. An ear-piercing sonic boom resounded unceasingly. Such might could be said to be frightening. The invisible pressure was like Mount Tai pressing down on everyone's shoulders. Even the few half-martial emperors below felt incomparably solemn when they saw the frightening strength. Who exactly is this fellow? He actually dares to resist the pressure of the Do-Di. Don't tell me that he is a 9-star half-martial emperor. However, in the ancient wildland city, the only person who possesses such strength is Mu Shi. The few half-martial emperors' gazes were grave as they stared at Xiao Yan, who was on the mountain peak. Their expressions were filled with doubt. Their words contained a feeling of shock. This expert that had suddenly appeared had caused them to feel extremely astonished. At the same time that Xiao Yan's palm was shot out, the Do-Di illusory figure on the opposite side also ruthlessly shot out a palm. It met with Xiao Yan's palm. This palm appeared to be ordinary. However, the instant it was shot out, the thick thunderclouds in the sky above Grey Mountain actually began to violently churn. Numerous silver lightning bolts descended from the sky like tens of thousands of lightning snakes. They unceasingly rumbled in the empty space with an overbearing might. Terrifying lightning fell from the sky and quickly condensed on the palm of the illusory figure. The lightning coiled around the entire arm and gradually solidified the illusory arm. Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly startled in his heart when he saw this scene. He did not expect that this Do-Di's pressure was actually this strong. By relying on the strength of that elite Do-Di's actual body, he was actually able to forcefully use the lightning strength of the world. Moreover, this was merely an illusionary figure. It was really difficult to imagine just how earth-shaking that strength would be if his actual body was here. Boom. In the next instant, as the lightning gathered, the entire lightning arm collided with Xiao Yan's soul palm. Boom. Immediately, thunderbolts exploded. The entire place was covered by a frightening thunderbolt. That thunderbolt palm actually dragged the thunderbolt strength within the thundercloud and carried out a frightening storm-like attack on Xiao Yan. After this attack, Xiao Yan's soul palm was actually forcefully scattered by this attack. The expression of Xiao Yan's actual body below had also turned pale. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his tightly shut mouth. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. The pressure of a Do-Di is indeed extraordinary. However, this is still not enough. Again. Despite being injured, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with a fiery heat. A thought passed through his mind and the illusory figure that was formed by the spirit once again became real. Xiao Yan, whose eyes were tightly shut below, swiftly raised his hands to his chest. At the same time, the illusory figure's hands were also raised at the same time. Their 10 fingers moved together and numerous seals were swiftly formed. In the next moment, the Do-Chi within Xiao Yan's body suddenly surged out wildly and swiftly gathered into the illusory soul above his head. Ah! Come and try this move. Yellow Spring. Heaven's Wrath. With a stern cry, the illusory spiritual figure that Xiao Yan had transformed into suddenly shook. His Do-Chi combined with his frightening spiritual strength as he widened his mouth. A muffled thunder-like roar was suddenly emitted, causing one to be deafened. Mao, 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 Mao. The Yellow Spring Divine Wrath was a Tian-class Do skill. With Xiao Yan's current strength, the strength that he could unleash was extremely frightening. Adding the support of his spiritual strength, the moment he used it, even the expressions of the few Bandi experts below changed. They could only use all their strength to block the frightening strength of the Yellow Spring Divine Wrath. After the Yellow Spring Divine Wrath was used, the illusory figure of the Do-Di did not fall into a disadvantage. Its hand was extended and its arm was raised high above its head. It was almost inserted into the thundercloud. Soon after, the illusory figure spread its 5 fingers and suddenly clenched them tightly. At the same time as the space exploded, numerous dazzling lightning swiftly shot over and gathered in the illusory figure's palm. Finally, it agglomerated into an enormous lightning cluster. After which, its arm was suddenly swung downwards. The light cluster also shot out and smashed toward Xiao Yan's illusory figure. Yellow Spring Divine Wrath. Mao, Mao, Mao. Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless in his heart. The Do-Chi within his body surged wildly and the Yellow Spring Divine Wrath was unleashed with all his strength. Circular invisible spatial waves turned into 100,000 feet large wave that swept apart. A frightening roar that nearly caused one's eardrums to burst reverberated over the sky, causing everyone below to reveal an extremely painful expression. If it was not because they were quite far away, it was likely that the remnant force would be sufficient to take their lives. At this moment, some of the people who could still barely endure hurriedly propped themselves up. They swiftly fled this place before the Yellow Spring Divine Wrath completely erupted. They were afraid that they would once again be implicated if they were late. Bang! Unfortunately, although the Yellow Spring Divine Wrath was not weak, Xiao Yan was still a little weaker under the pressure of a Do-Di. After enduring for a moment, Xiao Yan's Yellow Spring Divine Wrath was declared to have been shattered. The lightning cluster carried the remaining strength and swiftly smashed toward Xiao Yan. Ah, strong enough. Indeed worthy of being the aura and pressure left behind by a Do-Di. However, in the end you are just a pressure. Again. Let me see exactly how powerful a pressure that can suppress a 9-star half-martial emperor is. As his voice sounded, a vast and frightening spiritual strength once again surged out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Ling Tian's illusory figure became a little more real. Both of his hands were raised and collided with the Do-Di's illusory figure once again. Bang! 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 Although he was still not a match for the Do-Di, Xiao Yan seemed to have an endless amount of energy. After being bombarded again and again, he continuously stood up. No matter how frightening the Do-Di's illusory figure was, it was still unable to completely defeat Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was like a roly-poly toy. No matter how much strength you used, unless you broke him, you would not be able to defeat him. As for Xiao Yan, he was just like a roly-poly toy that could not be broken. The blood-red setting sun dyed a large portion of the sky red. The void at the end of one's line of sight had already become a little dusky. At this moment, within the range of Grey Mountain, there were continuous thunderclaps. Lightning flashed, illuminating the entire mountain range as if it was daytime. Even the people at the foot of the mountain did not have the heart to distinguish the time at this moment. After a few hundred rounds of intense collisions, Xiao Yan's aura had clearly decreased. Looking at the Do-Di's illusory figure again, although it was no longer as thick as it was originally, it was very difficult for Xiao Yan to see any changes in this Do-Di's illusory figure. On the mountain peak, Xiao Yan's mouth panted slightly. The fresh blood at the corner of his mouth had yet to dry. Faced with this Do-Di's illusory figure, Xiao Yan may be able to barely endure, but it could be said that he did not have the slightest ability to retaliate. Even though this was the case at this moment, Xiao Yan's face was still filled with excitement. Although he was no match for it, no matter how one put it, what he was currently facing was at the very least the pressure of a true elite Do-Di. Although its strength was less than 1%, this was also a kind of experience for Xiao Yan. His bright red tongue licked his lips. Immediately, a fishy sweet taste spread from Xiao Yan's mouth. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was gradually lifted into a hot excited smile because of this. This also added some ruthlessness to him. Again. Towering hand. Just as the cluster of light was about to arrive, Xiao Yan once again emitted an earth-shaking cry with blood at the corner of his mouth. The soul bead in his sea of consciousness shook rapidly. Waves after waves of terrifying spiritual strength surged out swiftly. Under Xiao Yan's control, it agglomerated into an enormous hand that towered to the sky. Heaven-class soul skill, towering hand. The towering hand that contained a frightening spiritual strength was agglomerated. Xiao Yan's face did not carry the slightest hesitation. A thought passed through his mind, and the enormous towering hand carried a frightening strength that could crush everything as it once again smashed violently toward the Do-Di's illusory figure. However, the Do-Di's illusory figure appeared to be used to this. His hand once again formed a seal. Thunder roared and a frightening thunderbolt swiftly agglomerated in the air. It turned into a 1,000 feet large thunderbolt dragon that carried a frightening roar as it descended from the sky and violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's towering hand. Bang! Following the appearance of an explosive bang, the lightning dragon scattered as expected. The spiritual illusory figure that Xiao Yan had transformed into also scattered. Xiao Yan's actual body below also emitted a plop sound as his entire body powerlessly sat on the ground. No matter what, it was still difficult for him to win in the face of this Do-Di's pressure. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together with great effort toward the illusory figure that was agglomerated from the Do-Di's pressure. Finally he completely relaxed and lay down. As Xiao Yan relaxed, a deep drowsiness swiftly surged into his mind. Chapter 329. The next day. When Xiao Yan woke up from a deep sleep, he rubbed his head, which was still a little giddy. Xiao Yan got up and discovered that he was carelessly lying on the top of the cliff where he had stood the day before. Beside his feet was a 100,000 feet tall cliff. Xiao Yan immediately felt a chill on his back when he saw this. The muscles on the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. He quickly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he did not like to move around when he slept. It was also fortunate that a large piece of flat land had been carved out of this cliff. Otherwise, if he were to flip over while sleeping, he would not even know how he had died. Would that not be a real loss? Of course, this was merely a random thought from Xiao Yan's perspective. After all, no matter what, he still had Xiao Jin and Guyu in his body. If something were to happen to him, they would naturally take care of him. Moreover, given Xiao Yan's current strength, he would immediately wake up if he were to fall. How could he fall to his death for no reason? After entertaining himself for a while, Xiao Yan smiled and shrugged his shoulders. After which, he stretched his lazy waist and sensed the condition of his body. After discovering that there was nothing wrong with his body, he did not linger any longer. His body moved and swiftly flew in the direction of the ancient savage city. The ancient savage city today was clearly much livelier than it had been a few months ago. Early in the morning, the streets of the city were already filled with people. Moreover, this was especially true in the northern part of the city, the territory of Wuxia in the ancient savage city. The situation was even more serious. This was because Wuxia was going to start a massacre in the northern part of the city in front of everyone in the ancient savage city. He was going to kill a 9-star half-emperor in front of everyone. Although Wuxia was one of the 2 overlords of the ancient savage city, he usually lived in seclusion. Most of his time was spent on cultivation and he rarely left the city. Hence, there were very few people in this huge ancient savage city who could recognize Muhan at a glance. As a 3rd-level array master, Muhan's status was even more important. There were countless people in the entire Wildlands who wanted to meet Master Mu. Today, Wuxia was going to kill a 9-star half-martial emperor. No matter how one looked at it, it was enough to attract the majority of the people from the ancient city of Savage Desolation to come and watch. Most importantly, the person that Wuxia wanted to kill this time around was a genuine 9-star half-martial emperor. Other than the Union Pavilion and Old Luo, there was only Wuxia who was an expert of that level in the ancient city of Wilderness. Now that they had the opportunity to see another 9-star half-martial emperor, even though he was a dying man, he was still able to arouse the curiosity in these people's hearts. Joining in the fun was an easy task that no one would dislike. To them, doing this could make them happy and feast their eyes. Most importantly, there was no need to pay a price for doing so. At least, that was the case under normal circumstances. And today it was the same. While the northern part of the city gradually became lively, a black-robed human figure carried a frightening lightning-like speed from outside the ancient savage city and swiftly flew into the ancient savage city. Amen? When Xiao Yan had just entered the ancient savage city, within the ginseng spiritual world, Old Luo and Qing Mu, who were sitting beside the green stone table and drinking tea, suddenly raised their eyebrows. Their old faces revealed astonishment. The 2 of them raised their heads together and their gazes turned towards the direction of Xiao Yan in the ancient savage city. After a couple of breaths, the 2 old men slowly withdrew their gazes. The 2 of them looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. After a long while, Old Luo finally relaxed and let out a long breath. With a face full of smiles, he looked at Qing Mu, who also had a relaxed expression, and said with a smile, "That brat has finally returned." Qing Mu frowned and smiled. With a mocking tone, he sighed and said, "Yes, that brat has returned. That's right. That brat is finally back. If he still didn't come back, I'm afraid that even this old man wouldn't dare to be sure that he was still alive. At that time, I'm afraid that you, old man, will blame everything on this old man. It's not just this old man. Compared to me, that brat's temper isn't any better than his grandfather's." At this point, the 2 old men looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Then they stopped talking. At the same time, Xiao Yan had already arrived outside the Union Pavilion. When he arrived at the Union Pavilion again, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel that things had changed. He didn't know if Luo Jin was still in the Union Pavilion in the past 2 years. Perhaps he had already left. Xiao Yan thought to himself. He actually felt a little nervous, but he still suppressed it. After a slight hesitation, he descended from the sky. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan notice that the main door of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion was actually closed. It appeared to have the intention of closing the door and rejecting customers. Clearly there was no business today. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He had some doubts in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he strode forward. Under the sneering gazes of the people on the street behind him, he raised both his hands and pushed open the main door of the Union Pavilion. With a big step, he already had 1 foot inside. This stinking brat. Didn't he see that the Hidden Cloud Pavilion had closed its doors and refused to do business? He actually dared to barge in. Is he not afraid of provoking Elder Shen and kicking him out? When they saw that Xiao Yan actually had 1 foot inside the Union Pavilion, many people behind Xiao Yan stopped and sneered. Obviously, they also wanted to see the embarrassed expression on Xiao Yan's face when he was kicked out by Elder Shen. However, Xiao Yan did not have the mood to bother about this. At the same time that he stepped through the door, an old voice that appeared somewhat impatient was emitted from the large hall on the 1st floor of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. "Sir, don't you know that the Union Pavilion is not doing any business today? Please leave." If you want to buy something, come back tomorrow. Xiao Yan smiled warmly when he heard that familiar voice. His hand, which was placed on the door, exerted a little force and pushed the two doors open. At the same time, the other leg, which was left outside the door, was lifted and stepped into the hidden cloud pavilion. I'm sorry. I'm not here to buy anything today. I'm here to find someone. When Xiao Yan's voice came out, Elder Xian, who had his back facing Xiao Yan in the Yunin Pavilion's hall, couldn't help but be startled when he heard this familiar voice. Then he slowly turned around. When he saw Xiao Yan, the expression on his old face finally became one of shock. Yan Xiao, you're really not dead. When he heard Elder Xian's shocked words, Xiao Yan's heart couldn't help but feel warm. Then a warm smile appeared on his face. I'm indebted to Elder Xian and everyone for your concern. Yan Xiao won't die so easily. When Xiao Yan finished speaking, Elder Xian had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. His old face revealed an excited and surprised smile. A pair of withered hands grabbed Xiao Yan's hand tightly. It was as if he was testing whether the Xiao Yan in front of him was just a dream. However, immediately after, Elder Xian's old eyes quickly turned red. His voice trembled as he laughed. Good. As long as you're not dead. Do you know that the Pavilion Master and I have been worried about your life and death for the past 2 years when you were reported dead? If not for clan leader Qing Mu's insistence, I'm afraid that young master would have already sent someone to kill Mu Han. When Xiao Yan heard this, he smiled gratefully. He also knew about Luo Jin's feelings for him. Most of the time there was no need for words between men. Just one thing was enough to bring the two of them closer. Today Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were exactly like this. Alright, I won't say any more. Let's go up first. Young master has waited for 2 years for this day. When he finished speaking, Xiao Yan didn't act pretentious. He followed Elder Xian, who suddenly quickened his pace and quickly headed to the 6th floor of the Yunin Pavilion. At this moment, those passers-by who had seen Xiao Yan walk into the hidden cloud pavilion with their own eyes and were waiting to see him suffer were involuntarily shocked in their hearts when they saw that Xiao Yan did not return and appeared as though he had successfully entered the hidden cloud pavilion. They originally thought that they would be able to enter the Yunin Pavilion. However, when one of them approached the Yunin Pavilion's still open door, the high-quality Namu wood door suddenly let out a violent and heavy bang. Then, the person who wanted to enter the Yunin Pavilion could only sit there and wait. Chapter 330. Ancient City of Wildlands, Yunin Pavilion. What? That old bastard Mu Han is going to kill Zhongli in front of everyone? On the 6th floor of the Yunin Pavilion, Xiao Yan, who was originally sitting on a chair, suddenly stood up. His pitch-black eyes, which were usually as calm as an ancient well, were now filled with raging flames. If Mu Han wanted to deal with someone else, Xiao Yan wouldn't care. However, if Mu Han wanted to deal with Zhongli, Xiao Yan absolutely couldn't watch with folded arms. Not for anything else but for the fact that Zhongli had once fought for him 2 years ago. In exchange for the current Xiao Yan, Zhongli had been seriously injured. Although he, Xiao Yan, couldn't be considered to be a good Samaritan, he was definitely not an ungrateful person. Xiao Yan was still unable to do something like leaving his benefactor in the lurch. Even though Zhongli had his own goals for him back then, no matter what, he must go and save Zhongli. Where is he now? I'll go and find him. Xiao Yan's gaze was extremely cold. He forcefully suppressed the raging flames in his heart and asked Luo Jin with a gloomy tone. At this moment, the person who was sitting across from Xiao Yan was the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion, Luo Jin. After 2 years, Luo Jin's body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Under Xiao Yan's frightening perception, Luo Jin's strength was actually even more frightening than the result of his 2 years of bitter cultivation. The current Luo Jin was already a genuine 8-star half-martial emperor expert. 2 years ago, his strength was only that of a late-stage 4-star half-martial emperor. In 2 years he had consecutively increased his strength by 4 levels. Compared to Xiao Yan, his strength had doubled. However, at this moment Xiao Yan did not have the heart to care about all these. Currently he only wanted to find Mu Han immediately. He wanted to see just how Mu Han, who was able to act so majestically in front of him 2 years ago, would be able to continue to act as he did back then. Brother Yan Xiao, there is no need to be too anxious about this matter. President Gu Li and President Qi Lin of the Alchemist Association have already heard the news and are rushing over. We will go together later. At that time, if Mu Han is still stubborn and wants to kill Zhongli, I will reveal my identity as the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion. At that time, I believe that he will not dare to cause trouble. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's furious manner, Luo Jin could not help but feel a little astonished. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would go to such an extent for Zhongli, who had only helped him once. He did not hesitate to provoke Mu Han. However, at the same time, Luo Jin also felt gratified. It was because of Xiao Yan's character that Luo Jin was able to fully support him. Sometimes, a person who was worthy of your help might not necessarily be a person with terrifying growth potential. It could also be a weakling who truly had a benevolent heart. However, what made Luo Jin even more gratified was that Xiao Yan possessed both of these qualities. However, at this moment, upon seeing Xiao Yan's somewhat impulsive manner, Luo Jin's heart was more worried. After all, with their strength, the gap between them and Mu Han was still too big. You don't need to show yourself. You just need to tell me where that bastard Mu Han is. Today, I want to see just how he is going to kill Zhongli. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's determined expression, Luo Jin frowned. He exchanged glances with Elder Xian, who was standing beside him. The two of them frowned and pondered. After which, Luo Jin nodded helplessly and said, "All right. Let's go over first. If there is a need, I will show myself." Xiao Yan nodded his head. The expression on his face gradually eased up. However, a raging fury was still burning in his pitch-black eyes. Northern part of the ancient wildland city. Crowds of people crowded around the periphery of the large plaza. The surrounding buildings, as long as one could stand, were all occupied by practitioners of various strengths. The noise was like rumbling thunder as it continuously reverberated in the air above the plaza. The atmosphere was so imposing that it shook the heavens. Such a large crowd gathered in one place. This kind of scene had only appeared a few times in the ancient wildland city. However, today they had gathered once again outside of this enormous manor. Everyone's gaze simultaneously looked towards the two tightly shut doors opposite the plaza. The two words Mu Zhuang were carved on the flat top of the doors. The imposing aura that it emitted told everyone that this was Mu Han's territory. Although the doors had yet to open and the person or scene that everyone wanted to see had yet to appear, none of them dared to complain. After all, this was Mu Zhuang Mu Shi's territory. He was a dignified 9-star half-emperor. How could anyone complain about the way he did things? Creak. After an unknown amount of time, with a series of creaking sounds, the heavy door was finally slowly opened. The first to come out were the 4 Mu Zhuang guards. At that very moment, they were surrounded by countless gazes. Although they couldn't help but feel a bit of fear as Mu Zhuang's guards, their faces revealed even more of an arrogant expression. Immediately after, a sturdy old figure slowly walked out from the open doors. As his footsteps moved, the sound of metal chains sliding against metal could be heard. Hua! When Mu Han stepped out of the doors, when the crowd around the plaza saw Mu Han, there were immediately many people who could not help but excitedly cheer. Mu Han acted as if he did not hear anything and continued to walk towards the center of the plaza. Only at this moment did everyone realize that under his sleeves, there was a huge golden chain that was engraved with mysterious symbols. The chain was very long and it did not enter the interior of the door. No one could clearly see what was at the other end of the chain. However, they could hear an extremely heavy dragging sound. When Mu Han walked to the center of the plaza, the hand that was holding the chain under his sleeves suddenly pulled. A terrifying huge force quickly spread along the huge chain. Everyone could only hear a fierce wind-breaking sound. In their line of sight, a golden square cage was fiercely pulled out. With a loud bang, the cage, which was 10 feet long and wide, violently smashed onto the bluestone slab not far from Mu Han. The hard bluestone slab was instantly crushed into a pile of dust. Along with the strong wind that swept across the area, a dense cloud of dust rose around the cage, causing one's nose to be stuffed. When the cloud of dust dissipated, the object within the cage was finally seen by everyone. Immediately, everyone could not help but tighten their bodies as a chill slowly rose from the bottom of their hearts. At this very moment, within the cage, there was a person whose entire body was covered in blood. His face could no longer be seen clearly. This person was Zhongli. On Zhongli's body, there were a few chains that were engraved with mysterious symbols. They respectively pierced through his 4 limbs. There were also 2 chains on his shoulder blades and thighs. His entire body was covered in blood. At this moment, drops of blood continuously flowed out from his body, dyeing the ground that had already been turned into fine powder. This scene was simply too horrible to look at. Chapter 331. Zhongli, humph, do you really think that you can escape from this old man's palm just because you have broken through to the 9th-star half-martial emperor realm? 2 years ago, this old man had already told you that you would definitely fall into my hands in the future. How about it? Today, this old man's words have finally come true. Mu Han's expression was ferocious. His pair of turbid old eyes contained a viciousness that could devour a person. Back then, if it was not for Zhongli, Xiaoyan would definitely have died under his hands. The Emperor Tribulation Pill would also have landed in his hands. However, everything had gone smoothly. In the end, he was defeated by Zhongli, who had suddenly charged out. This was something that Muhan had hated since the beginning. Zhongli did not have the slightest reaction to Muhan's words that were filled with viciousness. It was as though he was already dead. Of course, if it was not for the weak aura that was vaguely emitted from his body, others would really have mistaken him for a dead person. After everyone heard the words from Muhan's mouth, quite a number of people in the crowd could not help but quietly shake their heads and sigh. Who would have thought that even a 9-star half-martial emperor would end up dying in front of Muhan? Muhan's strength was truly unimaginable. Muhan no longer cared about experts of the same level as him. It could be said that the current Muhan could truly be called the strongest person under the Do D class. Remember, you will die today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself. Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Do you really think that you are very strong? Today this old man will tell all of you that even a 9-star half-martial emperor can be killed by me. After his voice sounded, Muhan suddenly waved his sleeve. A frightening golden-colored Do Chi instantly shot out. It turned into a golden blade in the empty space and ruthlessly slashed toward Zhongli, who was within the cage. However, the very next moment, right at the moment when the crowd saw that a 9-star half-martial emperor was about to die before them, 2 sounds of wind breaking suddenly sounded in the enormous plaza. Following the sound of wind breaking, 2 rays of light shot out from the crowd like lightning. In an instant, the 2 rays of light sliced apart the enormous golden blade. In the next instant, when everyone focused their gazes, they saw 2 figures standing outside the cage. Their expressions were hostile as they stared at Muhan. It was as though they were about to rob him of his execution. However, when Muhan saw the 2 of them, a disdainful cold smile appeared on his sinister face. This was because the 2 of them were none other than Gu Li and Qi Lin from the Alchemist Association. Gu Li, Qi Lin, it's you again. You 2 old fellows rely on Zhou Tai to go against this old man. 2 years ago I showed mercy to you. Do you really think this old man doesn't dare to kill you? Upon hearing Muhan's icy cold cry, the expressions of the Gu Li duo changed slightly. However, their bodies that were blocking in front of Muhan did not move at all. Muhan, no matter what, we must take this person away today. If you want to kill us, go ahead and try. Qi Lin's tone was similarly not weak. His face was cold as he cried out sternly to Muhan. At the same time, the Do Chi within the bodies of the 2 of them were instantly raised. They swore to fight with Muhan. Since the 2 of you are seeking death, don't blame this old man. After a stern cry sounded, Muhan's body suddenly flashed. Do Chi gathered in his palm. In the next instant he had already started fighting with the Gu Li duo. When the crowd outside of the plaza saw the 3 people fighting in the plaza, not only did they not reveal worried expressions, their faces were instead filled with excitement. They had seen a great battle between 8-star half-emperors before. However, this was the first time that they had seen a great battle between 9-star half-emperors. Naturally, they would feel somewhat excited in their hearts. However, as time elapsed, the great battle in the plaza gradually reached its climax. As a 9-star half-emperor, the reason why Muhan was unable to defeat the Gu Li duo in a short period of time last time was mainly because he had some misgivings in his heart and was unable to unleash all of his strength. However, this time around, Muhan did not show any mercy when he attacked. His attacks were sharp and every single one of them was ruthless. In merely a short period of time, the combined attacks of the Gu Li duo were already showing signs of being defeated. Sure enough, after a series of intense collisions, Muhan raised both of his palms. With a loud boom, he sent the incoming Gu Li duo flying away. The Gu Li duo retreated with great difficulty after being injured. Muhan's disdainful cold laughter was once again emitted. With just the 2 of you? 2 vassals? Last time I did not use my full strength because I gave Zhou Tai face. Unexpectedly, the 2 of you actually took it seriously. Since the 2 of you have personally come to die today, this old man shall not be polite and accept it. After his voice sounded, Muhan's body suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the Gu Li duo. Both of his palms moved and ruthlessly slammed onto their chests. Not good. Quickly retreat. Sensing the frightening pressure that was coming toward them, the Gu Li duo involuntarily cried out in alarm. At the same time, their bodies moved and their feet swiftly retreated in an attempt to escape from the range of Muhan's attack. However, Muhan once again coldly laughed in response to this. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile as he coldly laughed and said, "Humph humph, you want to run? Do you think you can run?" After his cold laughter sounded, Muhan's forward-charging body once again shook violently. The Do Chi within his body surged wildly and Muhan's forward-charging speed once again soared. In the blink of an eye, Muhan's body once again closed in on the swiftly retreating Gu Li duo. Both of his wrists rotated. The next moment, two shriveled hands that were filled with auras violently smashed onto the chests of Gu Li and Qi Lin in front of their shocked eyes. Bang! Immediately, frightening Do Chi wildly poured out. It charged into the bodies of the two without any obstruction and began to wildly wreak havoc within their bodies. Grug. Following the sound of two mouthfuls of fresh blood being emitted, fresh blood was spat out from the mouths of the Gu Li duo as though it was free. It dyed the tattered clothes on the surface of their bodies red. The aura of the two of them instantly became sluggish. Their bodies also flew back uncontrollably. They were like two deflated balloons as they violently smashed into the open ground below. The moment they smashed into the ground, the two of them once again involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Their expressions swiftly became as pale as paper. The aura of their bodies had fallen to rock bottom. At this moment, the two of them had already been seriously injured. Seeing that the two 8-star half-emperors had actually been seriously injured by Muhan until they were unable to move in such a short period of time, the faces of everyone outside the arena involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Their hearts were shocked by Muhan's frightening strength. A 9-star half-martial emperor was truly frightening. Even the 8-star half-martial emperors, who were normally aloof and remote, appeared to be extremely weak before him. Furthermore, this was under the premise that Muhan had not used a spirit formation. It was very difficult to imagine how frightening Muhan's strength would be if he were to use a spirit formation. After Gu Li and Qi Lin were defeated, Muhan's body slowly descended from the sky. He stood in the middle of the open ground. Both of his feet stepped on the cage that was made of a special material. His eyes looked at everyone around him. After which, his tone was ice cold as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. Today the old me will kill all three of them here. If there is anyone present who wishes to save them, feel free to come. The old me will kill as many as come. Oh? After not seeing you for 2 years, Master Muhan is still as elegant as ever. You are still relying on your strength to bully others and the strong to bully the weak. However, just as the words left Muhan's mouth, a casual and emotionless ice-cold voice unhurriedly sounded in this place. In the next instant, Muhan's expression suddenly changed. Shock instantly surged into his pair of turbid old eyes. His heart was filled with disbelief. Chapter 332. Yan Shao. After a long while, Muhan finally spat out this name, which was almost buried in the bottom of everyone's hearts, with a trembling voice. "Ha, looks like Teacher Mu's memory is not bad. You still remember me." Faint cold laughter still drifted in the sky, but Xiao Yan's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Hua! In the instant that Yan Zhao's name spread, a great commotion immediately arose among the crowd outside the square. Everyone present immediately went into an uproar. The name that shook the entire savage ancient city 2 years ago had finally been dug out from their deeply buried memories at this moment. Yan Shao. It's Yan Shao. Didn't they say that he was personally killed by Teacher Mu 2 years ago? How can he still be alive now? Back then there was indeed news that Yan Shao had died. However, it was not said that he had definitely died at the hands of Muhan. The lightning pool in the void is so dangerous. Perhaps he had entered a place that even Muhan did not dare to enter. That's right. I have also heard that the core of the lightning pool in the void is the most terrifying place in the entire lightning pool. Ordinary half-martial emperors do not dare to come into contact with the lightning there. Even Muhan, who is a 9-star half-martial emperor, does not dare to step into that place. Perhaps Yan Shao did not die back then and only entered that place to temporarily hide from Muhan. Tiske. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Yan Shao really stayed in the core of the lightning pool for 2 years, where even a 9-star half-martial emperor does not dare to casually step into? Oh my god. How did this fellow do it? At the same time, Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were already seriously injured, finally crawled up with great difficulty. Hearing that familiar voice in their ears, 2 pairs of turbid old eyes continuously scanned the surrounding sky. Cough cough. Yan Shao, he is really still alive. Ha, I can't be wrong. This voice is definitely that brat. It turns out that he really did not die. Ah. There is really no such thing as a dead end. Let's see what Muhan will do now. Hearing Xiao Yan's familiar voice, Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces immediately revealed a joyous expression. They looked at each other, and the huge rock that had been hanging in their hearts was finally released at this moment. In an instant, the matter of what had happened to Xiao Yan in the lightning pool in the empty realm 2 years ago once again began to boil within the crowd. Although that matter had already happened 2 years ago, the hearts of everyone present still felt as though it had happened a day ago when they recalled it at this moment. Yin Xiao, you really didn't die. Mu Han's expression was gloomy as shock involuntarily appeared on his face. He lifted his eyes and continued to scan the sky above his head as he spoke in a stern voice. Mu Han had always been skeptical about Xiao Yan's death. Even though Xiao Yan had disappeared for 2 years, he still didn't dare to believe it. Xiao Yan was the pride of his generation, a dragon among men. Even Mu Han couldn't help but praise him. How could he die so easily? Even though he had entered the depths of the lightning pool in a seriously injured state, as long as he didn't personally witness Xiao Yan's death, he definitely wouldn't jump to conclusions. Today, the suspicion in his heart had finally been confirmed. Xiao Yan really didn't die. Haha, from the looks of it, Teacher Mu has been very concerned about me during these 2 years. During these 2 years, I have also been remembering the great kindness you have shown me every day. However, I wonder if Teacher Mu is concerned about me, or the Emperor Tribulation pill in your hands. As Xiao Yan's cold laughter sounded, a ray of light flashed across the sky. Xiao Yan's figure was already standing in the sky above Mu Han's head. His arms were crossed in front of his chest and his face was cold. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes turned cold. Xiao Yan had appeared and stood above Mu Han's head. This was undoubtedly a slap to Mu Han's face in front of everyone. When Mu Han saw this, the expression on his old face instantly turned gloomy. His shriveled hands under his sleeves slowly clenched tightly. Flames of anger rose in his eyes. He was incomparably furious at Xiao Yan's actions. After a long while, the corner of Mu Han's mouth lifted into an extremely cold smile. His face was ferocious as he lifted his head and stared at Xiao Yan in the sky. His voice was slightly hoarse as he spoke sternly. I almost thought that you had died just like that. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. Since you have asked so sincerely, I will tell you. Today, not only will I take your life, the Emperor Tribulation pill in your hands and everything else that belongs to you. I will take it all on your behalf. The instant his voice sounded, Mu Han's feet suddenly stomped on the cage below his feet. A terrifying force immediately poured out. Immediately after, the cage that was made from a special metal material suddenly shook. A frightening force poured down from the golden cage, and the gravel ground under the cage once again collapsed. The entire golden cage immediately sank into the ground, and the surrounding ground also began to crack, forming numerous large spiderweb-like cracks. At the same time, Mu Han's body instantly shot out and broke through the empty space. Before anyone outside the arena could react, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Mu Han's tightly clenched fist suddenly opened. His 5 fingers curled into claws. Golden-colored dough qi agglomerated into thin and long sharp awls at the tip of his fingers. After which, he swung his arm and carried a frighteningly sharp wind as he viciously grabbed at Xiao Yan's head. Wherever the claw passed, the empty space was mercilessly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. An ear-piercing sonic boom sounded beside his ear. The sharp claw had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The sharp wind that it contained pierced the skin on Xiao Yan's face until it was incomparably painful. Seeing that Xiao Yan did not move at all under his attack, and even appeared as if he had not reacted at all, Mu Han's heart involuntarily tightened. With his current understanding of Xiao Yan, he was definitely not a mediocre person. 2 years ago, Xiao Yan was already able to dodge his numerous sharp attacks. 2 years later, Xiao Yan would definitely not be inferior to him. Moreover, Xiao Yan also controlled the Void Great Way, something that targeted the power of space. Once he used it, even at such a close distance, Xiao Yan would still be able to dodge it. Whoosh! Surprisingly, Xiao Yan did not use the Void Great Way. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not wish to reveal too much of his trump card. Doing so would not benefit him at all. Following the sharp sound of wind being split apart, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared 100 feet away. A pair of rippleless pitch-black eyes slowly lifted as he looked at Mu Han. His eyes were filled with coldness. Peak late-stage 9-star half-martial emperor. In 2 years you've not made any progress. Xiao Yan said with an indifferent tone. However, compared to Xiao Yan, Mu Han's expression suddenly froze. Deep astonishment immediately rose in his heart. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be able to grow to such an extent in 2 years. Exactly what did he do in these 2 years? Did he devour all of the lightning in the lightning pool? After a long time, Mu Han raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan with an astonished expression. Because of the astonishment in his heart, the expression on his face was somewhat stiff. His mouth was slightly dry as he opened it. Only then did he speak with difficulty with a hoarse voice. 5-star half-martial emperor. How is this possible? Chapter 333. Clamor. When Mu Han's words sounded, the entire plaza was immediately filled with shocked cries. Everyone's gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yan. Their faces were filled with deep disbelief. Among the people present, those who knew of Xiao Yan's name clearly knew that 2 years ago, when Xiao Yan's name was rising in the ancient city of Wildlands, his strength was merely that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. At that time, although his strength was comparable to an 8-star half-martial emperor, it was only after he used his frightening techniques. Yet now he was actually able to easily dodge Mu Han's lightning-like attack. Moreover, his strength was actually so frightening. He had already reached the frightening level of a 5-star half-martial emperor. In 2 years his strength had increased by 2 stars. Did he really think that he was a Do Wang or a Do Huang? Seeing Xiao Yan's strength, the muscles on the crowd's faces involuntarily twitched as they thought in shock in their hearts. If the current Xiao Yan's strength was only that of a Do Wang or a Do Huang, increasing his strength by 2 stars in 2 years could be considered very ordinary. However, the key point was that Xiao Yan was currently a dignified half-martial emperor, increasing his strength by 1 star in a year. Moreover, he was a half-martial emperor. Even in the entire Yuanwu continent, it was impossible to say that such a frightening cultivation speed did not exist. However, even if it did exist, it would definitely be an existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Yet now, a person with such frightening cultivation talent had actually appeared before their eyes. How could their hearts remain calm? I remember telling you that nothing is impossible. If you insist on stubbornly believing that this is impossible, I can only tell you that this is merely your own wishful thinking. The reason why you believe this is impossible is because you are ignorant and inexperienced. That's all. Faced with Mu Han's questioning tone, Xiao Yan crossed his arms over his chest and coldly sneered. Bastard. Stinking brat, don't think that you can compare with this old man just because your strength has increased to a 5-star half-martial emperor. Today this old man will tell you what the gap between us is. The strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor is definitely not something that you can make up for with a tough battle skill. Mu Han's body, which had paused in the empty air, suddenly moved after the cold cry sounded. He carried a lightning-quick momentum as he swiftly charged toward Xiao Yan. If 2 years ago my speed could only be compared to yours, then do you think that 2 years later my speed can be compared to yours? Just as Xiao Yan finished speaking, Mu Han had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan with a ruthless expression. He raised his claw and instantly slashed across Xiao Yan's shoulder, penetrating through Xiao Yan's body. Ha! The expression in Mu Han's eyes turned serious once again. Xiao Yan, whose lips and teeth were still moving, was actually only an afterimage. The next moment Xiao Yan's body once again appeared in the empty space in the distance. One could see that although Xiao Yan had dodged Mu Han's claw attack earlier, the black robe on his body was slightly tattered. From the looks of it, he was not 100% certain that he had dodged Mu Han's attack. Xiao Yan lowered his head and looked at the tattered black robe on his body. He frowned slightly. If his reaction had been a little slower, that claw might have really landed on his body. Looks like I was still a little careless. Xiao Yan quietly sighed in his heart. However, his face gradually became cautious. No matter how one put it, the person he was currently facing was a 9-star bandit. If he dared to face him with an ordinary heart, it was likely that Xiao Yan would end up suffering a setback. This thought had just flashed across Xiao Yan's heart when the seal in Mu Han's hand changed. The frightening spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged out and swiftly agglomerated into a couple of frightening formations with extraordinary strength. The instant the formations were condensed, surges of natural energy also rapidly condensed within the formations. After the formations trembled violently, dazzling and frightening golden lightning instantly shot out and smashed towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression turned slightly cold. His footsteps changed as he instantly executed the sky extinction steps. His figure flashed once again and disappeared from the sky. Whoosh! However, in the next moment, just as Xiao Yan reappeared in the sky, Mu Han's figure had already appeared in front of him. He suddenly waved his claw and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. The hairs all over Xiao Yan's body stood when he sensed the frightening force that came from above his head. The dragon phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated without any hesitation. Both of his arms transformed into dragon claws. He crossed them and swiftly used them to block above his head. Bang! With an intense muffled sound, Xiao Yan's body uncontrollably flew back 100 steps. The instant he raised his head, Mu Han followed closely behind him and attacked with his sharp claw. Go! Seeing this, Xiao Yan was enraged. He instantly executed the sky extinction steps and retreated 100 feet. At the same time, he suddenly waved his big sleeve and a pitch-black light instantly tore through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already collided with Mu Han. Boom! With an intense explosion, Mu Han's expression changed drastically. His body flew back uncontrollably. Similarly, he only managed to stabilize his body after flying back 100 feet. He looked up with a grave expression and saw the Northern King standing in front of him. The Northern King's towering and unmoving body was like an iron tower, giving off an unshakable feeling. This puppet strength, is at least a 9-star half-emperor. With a grave expression, Mu Han stared at the Northern King. After a long while, his face twitched and he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. A 9-star half-emperor level puppet. If Xiao Yan's strength was added to it, how terrifying would the combination of the two be? Damn it! Not only did this brat's strength increase by leaps and bounds, I didn't expect that even his puppet strength had grown to such an extent. Exactly who is this brat? At this moment, not only Mu Han, but even Luo Jin, who was standing outside of the arena, couldn't help but be speechless after seeing the Northern King's frightening strength. He didn't expect that in just a short 2 years, not only had Xiao Yan's strength increased greatly, even his puppet had become so powerful. One must know that 2 years ago, this puppet strength was only a 6-star half-emperor. In just 2 years, it had reached the level of a 9-star half-emperor. Speaking of which, the Northern King's growth speed was even more frightening than his master's. This guy, exactly where did this freak come from? Luo Jin smiled helplessly and bitterly. He originally thought that he would have to step in for this matter. However, from the looks of it, there was no need for him to step in. Sigh. With this puppet of his, it seems that there is no need for me to step in. This guy is still as astonishing as before. Luo Jin sighed and shook his head. In this sort of situation, there was indeed no need for him to step in. Haha, it seems that young master also wants to be a hero to save someone in distress. Unfortunately, he just so happened to encounter Yan Xiao. After hearing Luo Jin's words, Elder Xian laughed mockingly at the side. However, he continued to speak. However, this Mu Han is not so easy to deal with. Without sufficient strength, even a 9-star half-emperor would find it difficult to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Isn't Zhongli the best example? Luo Jin nodded his head. However, his gaze was firmly fixed on Xiao Yan. He felt that since Xiao Yan had already stepped in, he definitely had the mentality to win. However, he still didn't know the reason why. Chapter 334. Brat, you have indeed surprised this old man. However, do you really think that a mere 9-star half-martial emperor puppet will be able to contend against this old man? Mu Han's sinister eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at the Northern King with a sharp gaze. There was some fear in his eyes. However, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After a brief moment, Mu Han looked at Xiao Yan. His ice-cold words were still filled with disdain and sneer. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. Mu Han knew him very well. Similarly, Xiao Yan also had a rough understanding of Mu Han's moves. The only things that Mu Han could take out to deal with a 9-star bandit were those few formations. Other than that, there was also the factor of his own strength. If these things were 2 years ago, Xiao Yan would naturally be extremely afraid of Mu Han. However, things had changed with the passage of time. It had already been 2 years. Now that he was facing Mu Han again, Xiao Yan was completely fearless. To him, the current Mu Han was merely a 9-star half-martial emperor. At the very most, he was only slightly stronger than ordinary experts of the same cultivation level. However, this was not a reason for Xiao Yan to lower his head. Oh, is that so? Since you are so confident in your own strength, let my puppet give it a try. Let's see if you are as confident as you claim to be. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart after his cold laughter sounded. The Northern King's feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The empty space under his feet burst apart as the Northern King's body transformed into a dark black cannonball that instantly shot toward Mu Han. The Northern King's well-built body was like an iron tower as it mercilessly tore through the empty space. As it charged forward, its broad palms suddenly clenched into a fist. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King had already appeared beside Mu Han. Its huge iron fist crushed through the empty space as it ruthlessly smashed towards Mu Han's face. Sharp-tongued brat. Do you really think that this old man is afraid of you? However, Muhan did not seem to care at all as he coldly snorted. As his body turned around, his withered palm met the incoming Northern King. Boom! After an intense muffled sound, the North King and Muhan both retreated 1,000 feet. In this first exchange, Muhan and the North King were actually evenly matched. When the crowd outside the plaza saw this scene, their expressions involuntarily became even more astonished. They truly did not expect that the strength of a puppet would actually be able to match an actual 9-star half-martial emperor. Such a frightening puppet was truly something that they had never seen before in their entire lives. Up in the air, Luo Jin and Elder Xian stared at the North King. Elder Xian's expression was grave. The North King was so powerful that even he was no match for him. Tsk, this puppet of Yan Zhao's is really terrifying. For a puppet to be able to grow to such an extent, could it be that this puppet of his came from? Before Elder Xian could finish muttering, Luo Jin gently waved his hand, indicating for him to stop speaking. Seeing this, Elder Xian hurriedly retracted the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the North King, who was clashing with Muhan once again. He slowly fanned himself with the jade fan in his hand. After a while, Luo Jin opened his mouth and said, "Regarding him, I went to look for fifth grandfather. He clearly knows a little but did not say anything. If we want to know more about him, let's wait for him to say it himself. If we ask too much, it will not be good for us." Elder Xian gently nodded his head. He was very respectful towards his fifth grandfather. Since Luo Ao was unwilling to reveal any information about Xiao Yan, there was naturally no need for them to ask any further. "I'm just a little curious. Who exactly are you? To be able to make those fellows pay so much attention to you, what huge secret are you hiding?" Xiao Yan. Bang! In a short period of time, Muhan and the North King had already clashed several hundred times. This caused the expressions of the people outside the arena to appear incomparably shocked. However, the battle in the arena was still undecided. In the sky, Muhan's old face was solemn as he stared at the North King opposite him. The strength of the puppet in front of him had indeed exceeded his expectations. Ordinary methods were unable to break the North King's frightening body. Even if he used some high-class Do skills, Muhan would not be able to take down the North King in a short period of time. "I have underestimated you. Unexpectedly, after 2 years, this puppet of yours has become even more difficult to deal with. However, from the looks of it, you are only fit to hide behind this puppet." Muhan's serious gaze swept across the North King before landing on Xiao Yan behind him as he spoke in a mocking tone. "Ah, what a joke. You are a 9-star half-emperor, yet you always say such laughable words. Don't you feel ashamed of your old face?" Faced with Muhan's mocking words, Xiao Yan could not help but sneer. The corner of his mouth lifted into a disdainful sneer. His eyes were filled with mockery. "What a sharp-tongued brat. Today the old me wants to see just what you can do without this puppet." The aura within Muhan's body suddenly erupted after his words sounded. He raised both of his hands and swiftly formed a seal. At the same time he suddenly cried out, "Gold Array Domain." With this order, a circular golden light array immediately spread out from under Muhan's feet. It swiftly spread in all directions. The domain spread and covered the entire arena. After which, the seals in Muhan's hands rapidly changed. The entire domain also began to twist. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into over 10 different formations. Muhan's body flashed after the formation was formed. With a lightning-quick momentum, he transformed into a golden lightning bolt that swiftly shot toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed when he saw this. With a thought, the North King instantly charged toward Muhan in an attempt to block him. The corner of Muhan's mouth lifted into a cold smile when he saw the North King charging toward him again. Not only did he not turn around to defend himself, he instead increased his charging speed and arrived in front of the North King. At this moment, the North King had coincidentally appeared behind Muhan. With a flip of his hand, he threw a palm strike toward Muhan's back. Bang! However, the North King's palm strike, which was filled with aura, ultimately landed on a barrier that had suddenly risen. Golden light rose and agglomerated into a cylindrical Do-Chi cage, trapping the North King within it. Even though the North King's attack was extremely frightening, he was unable to break through the defense of the cage within a short period of time. Moreover, the North King's attack was unable to break through the formation in front of him within a short period of time. Instead, it was rebounded by the strength of the formation. For a time, the formation and the puppet were resisting each other, forming an extremely ingenious balance. God-trapping formation? Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He felt a little doubtful about this formation that had suddenly risen. Although this formation appeared to be a god-trapping formation, the energy that was released from it was very different from the god-trapping formation that Xiao Yan had seen back then. Furthermore, this formation was much weaker than the god-trapping formation that trapped Gu Li and Gu Lingji 2 years ago. At the very least, the true god-trapping formation would not be like the formation at this moment and be easily shaken. However, while Xiao Yan was pondering about the formation, Mu Han did not give him any extra time. The instant the North King was trapped by the formation, Mu Han's charging speed once again soared. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. While Xiao Yan was still recovering, Mu Han did not hold back. He waved his hand and clenched it in the air. Do Qi quickly agglomerated in his palm and formed a large sword in the blink of an eye. Mu Han's palm slammed on the hilt of the sword and the large sword shot toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan coldly smiled. He similarly beckoned with his hand and the heavenly flame spouted out from his palm, forming a large flaming ruler. The large ruler was swung and the sound of air being torn apart was immediately heard. Xiao Yan was not to be outdone. He turned his right hand and held the large ruler in a reverse grip. He swung his arm and the large ruler flew out horizontally, colliding with the large sword that was heading toward him. Bang! The two collided and were both broken. Following the sweeping of a Do Qi storm, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The sight in front of him was temporarily blocked by the fog that was brought about by the storm. He was also unable to see clearly. However, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed at the next moment. He lowered his gaze and saw that a large formation had unknowingly appeared under his feet. At this moment, Xiao Yan was in the middle of the formation. This? Xiao Yan's mouth was just about to exclaim when Mu Han's dark and cold voice was suddenly emitted at this moment. God-trapping formation activate. Chapter 335. God-trapping formation activate. As a cold cry that contained a mocking tone was emitted, the domain under Xiao Yan's feet immediately began to form circular ripples that appeared like water waves. As the ripples spread out, they formed a semicircular formation with a diameter of 100 feet with Xiao Yan at the center. Once the formation appeared, Xiao Yan's expression couldn't help but change slightly. That was because the formation that enveloped Xiao Yan was the true god-trapping formation that Xiao Yan had thought of earlier. This formation was a terrifying formation that had trapped a 9-star half-martial emperor. Kikik. This time without that puppet, this old man wants to see what kind of tricks you can play. With your strength, it is impossible for you to break this old man's god-trapping formation. A breeze blew past and the dense fog dispersed. Mu Han's figure slowly stepped out from the dense fog and stood a few dozen feet away from Xiao Yan. With a sneer on his face, he looked at Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan faintly smiled. He looked around and observed the god-trapping formation. After a while, he couldn't help but nod his head and praise it in his heart. Under the investigation of Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual strength, this god-trapping formation was indeed extraordinary. Compared to the formation that was formed from 300 formation discs 2 years ago, this god-trapping formation was even more tyrannical. Not only was it formed from a single formation disc, the power that it released was also much stronger. This wasn't a problem of the number of formation discs. The reason was the strength of the formation itself. Of course, Xiao Yan knew very little about formations. Therefore, he would only understand the exact reason after he came into contact with them more in the future. As for now, although the god-trapping formation was known as a defensive formation that even a 9-star half-martial emperor couldn't break, it no longer had any deterrence to the current Xiao Yan. Compared to Xiao Yan in the arena at this moment, everyone outside the arena revealed an extremely shocked expression on their faces. This was especially the case when they saw the god-confining formation. The shocked expression on everyone's faces only increased without reducing. Oh my god! This was the god-trapping array. This was Mu Shi's trump card. Legend has it that it had once trapped a 9-star half-emperor. If it was not for Mu Shi being soft-hearted and letting him go, he would probably still be trapped in the god-trapping formation. I never expected that Mu Shi would actually take it out in order to deal with Yan Xiao today. Tieske, what you're saying is something that happened a long time ago. I personally saw Mu Shi use the god-trapping formation to trap a 9-star half-martial emperor. Exclamations about the god-trapping array constantly rang out from the crowd. There were even people who boasted about the terrifying battle results they saw with their own eyes. Even though the words they said were both true and false, it still attracted the attention of many people. Seeing this, a prideful smile appeared on that person's face. It was as if he was the main character of that great battle. There it's him, Zhongli. A year ago when I was passing through a mountain range I was fortunate enough to see Mu Shi. Even though I only took a few glances at him from afar, since he was an expert like that, we couldn't casually come into contact with him. However, I clearly saw that the formation he used was the current god-trapping formation. At that time, Zhongli was inside the formation. No matter how hard he tried, the god-trapping formation did not budge at all. Even though it was simple, it was not difficult for the crowd to understand how frightening the god-trapping formation was. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor was unable to forcibly break it. In that case, wouldn't it be even more impossible for Xiao Yan to break it? What was even more unimaginable to the crowd was that in order to deal with Xiao Yan, a 5-star half-martial emperor, Mu Han as a 9-star half-martial emperor, had actually used one of his trump cards, the god-trapping formation. If this news were to spread, regardless of the outcome of this battle, Yan Zhao's name would likely once again resound in this savage ancient city. Of course, the reason why they would think this way was because they did not understand Xiao Yan's true strength. Xiao Yan, who possessed the two heaven-defying divine skills, the Sky Annihilation Step and the Void Grand Tao, had absolute confidence in defeating Mu Han in terms of speed. Precisely because of this, if Mu Han was unable to lock onto Xiao Yan within a certain range in time, it was extremely likely that he would never be able to injure Xiao Yan. If this continued, not only would Mu Han's reputation be ruined, it would also cause Xiao Yan's reputation to soar once again. This was not an outcome that Mu Han was willing to see. Thus, if he could use a moment of disrespect in exchange for his reputation and status in the future, Mu Han felt that it was worth it. However, while Mu Han was scheming in his heart, Luo Jin and Elder Xian, who were outside the arena, did not have such thoughts. In Luo Jin's heart, the current Xiao Yan was no longer simply a strong bandit after being embellished with two mysterious colors by Qing Mu and Luo Ao. Moreover, Xiao Yan was also related to the Ghost Temple Gate. This caused Luo Jin to no longer dare to underestimate Xiao Yan's true strength. In Luo Jin's eyes, Xiao Yan was at the very least an ultimate expert of the Do D class or above. Even though Xiao Yan himself did not possess that kind of strength, Luo Jin believed that Xiao Yan had the ability to unleash such a powerful strength, a strength that was sufficient to cause Luo Ao and Qing Mu's expressions to change. In the arena, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his eyes and looked at Mu Han on the opposite side. His eyes appeared extremely calm and did not stir even the slightest ripple because of the situation in front of him. A cold smile involuntarily appeared on Mu Han's face when he saw this. He did not believe that Xiao Yan, who had lost the Northern King, would be able to rely on his own strength to break through his god-trapping array. The last time I let you escape it was my mistake. However, this time around the old me will definitely not let you escape. Not only will I kill you to obtain the Emperor Tribulation Pill, but I will also take your puppet. Mu Han's dark and cold eyes glanced at the Northern King, who was about to break through the formation. His scarlet tongue violently licked his thin blade-like lips as he spoke with a sinister smile. Even Mu Han could not help but be tempted by a puppet of the Northern King's level. After all, if he could obtain the Northern King, he would no longer need to fear any expert below the Do D class. At that time, he would have the ability to protect himself even if he had to face 3 9-star ban emperors at the same time. Haha, so much nonsense. Isn't it just to kill me so that you can obtain everything on me? Xiao Yan's face was filled with disdain when he heard Mu Han's words. A ruthless expression once again surfaced on Mu Han's old face when he heard this. The corner of his mouth parted and a cold luster appeared on his densely white face as he mocked Xiao Yan. Stinking brat, you still dare to boast shamelessly even when you are about to die. Today, with this old me's god-trapping array, you will not be able to escape even if you possess the Void Tao. Yin shall obediently accept your death. Mu Han's body moved after his words sounded. Following a sharp rushing wind sound, Mu Han instantly charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. Noisy. Xiao Yan's tone was indifferent as he spat out these words. His expression did not change because of Mu Han's rapid approach. His body also stood straight on the spot as he calmly watched Mu Han charge over. Xiao Yan's tone was somewhat lazy as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. Little fellow, come out and play. Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when the space in front of Xiao Yan was instantly torn apart by an unknown strength. Soon after, a golden light shot out from within and met the charging Mu Han head-on. Was Xiao Jin. Chapter 336. Crackle. When an enormous golden-colored thunderbolt flashed out of the god-trapping formation, the entire empty space collapsed at this moment. The originally clear sky outside the formation had actually become somewhat dark at this moment. The instant that frightening thunderbolt that contained an extremely destructive aura shot out, the expression of Mu Han, who was charging over, involuntarily changed drastically. He hurriedly maneuvered the Do Chi within his body and swiftly agglomerated a Do Chi light barrier around his body in an attempt to block this frightening attack that had suddenly arrived. Can you block it? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile when he saw that Mu Han did not dare to face the attack head-on and had instead used all his Do Chi to block it. After Xiao Yan's words sounded, the frightening golden thunderbolt had already violently struck the Do Chi light barrier that Mu Han had hurriedly agglomerated in front of a countless number of gazes. Bang! Everyone present was shocked when the two collided. The Do Chi light barrier that Mu Han had agglomerated was actually destroyed by the golden-colored frightening thunderbolt in an overbearing manner that seemed to be able to easily destroy everything in its path. The moment the light barrier was broken, the remaining strength of the thunderbolt was also merciless. In the next moment, it landed on Mu Han's body in front of his shocked expression. Following a muffled sound, Mu Han's body flew back uncontrollably. At the same time, his mouth involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. One could not help but feel a slight pain in one's chest. This attack had caused Mu Han to be seriously injured. Grug. After Mu Han stabilized his body with great difficulty, his mouth once again involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. Who could have imagined that something would suddenly appear at such a crucial moment when he was so close to taking down Xiao Yan, catching him off guard? Moreover, the thing that shocked Mu Han the most at this moment was that the owner of the thunderbolt possessed a strength that was not the least bit weaker than him. This fellow who had just appeared was clearly another 9-star half-emperor. Cough cough. The expression on Mu Han's old face involuntarily changed drastically when he thought of this. His entire face was filled with an extremely grave expression. He had never imagined that there would actually be two 9-star half-emperors by Xiao Yan's side. Cough cough. Mu Han once again involuntarily coughed violently a couple of times. Only then did he raise his frightened eyes and look at the opposite side. The moment his eyes saw Xiao Jin, he was involuntarily intimidated by its enormous body. The appearance of the golden dragon caused one to feel a kind of nobility. The frightening thunderbolts that lingered over its body also gave it an additional overbearing aura. Even at this moment, Mu Han was still able to see the thunderbolts lingering around its body. Lightning. Black thunderbolts from the depths of the empty lightning pool. However, these terrifying thunderbolts that were usually uncontrollable were now obediently submitting to Xiao Jin as if they had seen their king. This is the thunderbolts from the empty lightning pool. Mu Han's expression was slightly startled when he saw the thunderbolts. Then he abruptly raised his head and looked at Xiao Jin's pair of large eyes. There were a few thunderbolts within Xiao Jin's bright golden eyes. They were like small snakes that continuously lingered in the depths of Xiao Jin's eyes. As expected, Mu Han seemed to have understood something in his heart. His pair of gloomy old eyes revealed a shocked expression. No wonder you were able to come out alive after being in the empty lightning pool for 2 years. It was all because of this. Mu Han narrowed his old eyes and stared at Xiao Yan. His tone was filled with seriousness. At the same time, the Do Chi within his body rapidly flowed to every part of his body, rapidly dispelling the numbness that was spreading from all over his body. The unique characteristic of the thunderbolt energy was to numb the body. This was something that even a 9-star half-emperor like Mu Han was unable to avoid. Oh, 9 mysterious golden lightning? Is it the fellow that attacked me the last time? Luo Jin, who was in the sky outside of the plaza, raised his eyebrows slightly. Something had attacked him twice in Xiao Yan's body. The first time was a heavenly flame. Luo Jin already knew about this. As for the second strange thing, it was only at this moment that he began to understand. Why does this fellow have so many strange things on his body? 9 mysterious golden lightning and a half-emperor at that. Logically speaking, he should have his own consciousness. Why is it following him? Or could it be that this fellow is following him of his own accord? Luo Jin looked at Xiao Jin from afar. His pitch-black eyes revealed some doubt. After a long while, Luo Jin withdrew his gaze. He helplessly shook his head and no longer paid any attention to Xiao Jin. Let's not talk about how I managed to survive. The important thing is, how are you going to face 2 9-star half-emperors? Ignoring Mu Han's words, Xiao Yan said with a cold smile in an indifferent tone. As Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the northern king, who was outside of the god-trapping formation, suddenly shook his body. He forcibly shattered the formation that trapped him. With a flash, he appeared in front of the god-trapping formation. Once Xiao Yan gave the order, the Northern King would attack the god-trapping formation with a frightening destructive power. Bastard. Mu Han glanced at the Northern King from the corner of his eyes. Then he looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Jin who were in front of him. Especially Xiao Jin. Even if Mu Han was in his peak state, he would have no choice but to face Xiao Jin with his full strength. Furthermore, there was also Xiao Yan whose strength could not be underestimated, beside Xiao Jin. Mu Han's expression was extremely gloomy. As he looked around, his gaze immediately landed on Zhongli who was below him. He immediately sneered. A frightening malevolent smile appeared on his old face. His body moved and he instantly charged towards Zhongli. Kaka, stinking brat, I want to see what you can do to me even if you have 2 9-star half-emperors. Today, either you hand over the Emperor Tribulation Pellet or Zhongli will die. Kaka. Even though there was still quite a distance between them, Mu Han appeared as if victory was already within his grasp. His crazed expression caused others to involuntarily feel fear. Seeing Zhongli who was almost within reach of him, Mu Han sneered in his heart. Today, even if Xiao Yan had the protection of a 9-star half-emperor, as long as he still had Zhongli as his trump card, Xiao Yan would definitely not dare to attack him. The instant Mu Han made his move, Xiao Yan already knew what Mu Han was planning. He immediately snorted coldly. Xiao Yan had never been threatened by anyone in his life. However, at this moment, Mu Han had actually touched his reverse scale for the sake of the Emperor Tribulation Pellet. This immediately caused the flames of anger to rise in Xiao Yan's heart. From the moment he appeared until now, Xiao Yan had been suppressing the flames of anger in his heart. Even though Zhongli had almost died, he was still alive. As long as he was still alive, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to restore him to his peak. However, what Xiao Yan did not expect was that even at this moment, when the Northern King and Xiao Yan had both appeared, Mu Han was still dreaming of obtaining the Emperor Tribulation Pellet. He truly did not know what death was. You're courting death. A cold cry sounded. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind as a vast and frightening spiritual strength immediately poured out from between his brows. Doqi churned. Threads of dark black energy that could not be seen by the naked eye swiftly gathered in front of Xiao Yan in the empty space, forming a wormhole. In the next moment, the expression of Mu Han, who was charging forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly changed drastically. He had actually forgotten that Xiao Yan's great void way allowed him to pass through empty space at will. Compared to an ordinary flying speed, this was much more direct. However, the empty space in front of him was suddenly torn apart while his expression changed. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yan stepped out and blocked Mu Han's path. Originally I only intended to teach you a lesson. However, since you insist on being so stubborn, I shall take your life today. Xiao Yan's eyes were cold as he looked at Mu Han. A thought passed through his mind and the great Wei muslin cloak swiftly gathered on his body. Xiao Jin by the side also emitted an earth-shaking dragon roar after these words sounded. A pair of large golden eyes stared intently at Mu Han as a frightening aura spread. Chapter 337. Crack. Following a clear cracking sound, the god-trapping array, which was said to be unbreakable by anyone below the Do D class, finally shattered with a bang at this moment. The fragments of the array that filled the sky gradually scattered, turning into a golden glow that slowly drifted across the sky. At this moment, the god-trapping array was broken. After the god-trapping array was broken, 2 rays of light, one black and one gold, swiftly flew over. Finally, they stopped beside Xiao Yan, who was currently facing off against Mu Han. The 2 light figures were the Northern King and Xiao Jin. Seeing that the god-trapping array had been broken, Mu Han's face trembled with anger. The expression on his old face alternated between green and white. It was constantly changing. However, compared to this, Mu Han's heart was filled with a deep sense of solemnity. Facing 2 9-star half-emperors at the same time was already an extremely great pressure for Mu Han. Moreover, other than the Northern King and Xiao Jin, there was also Xiao Yan who was standing by the side and staring at him with hostility. The current Mu Han would no longer treat Xiao Yan as an ordinary 5-star half-emperor. At this moment, just what kind of frightening strength was hidden under this seemingly frail body? Even someone as strong as Mu Han could not help but feel a grave feeling in his heart. Never underestimate your opponent. These words could be considered to have truly been reflected on Xiao Yan's body. In the sky, Xiao Yan's eyes were densely cold as he stared at Mu Han, who was a short distance away. At this moment, there was a beautiful heavenly flame dancing deep within his originally dark black pupils. In my life, I hate people who threaten me the most. I have also killed all those who threaten me. Therefore you will not be an exception." The bone-chilling cold words had just sounded when the Northern King, who was beside Xiao Yan, suddenly stomped his foot on the air. The space exploded as the Northern King's body shot toward Mu Han like a cannonball that had been fired. Mu Han did not dare to be careless when he saw the Northern King charging over. He swiftly lifted his shriveled hand. As the seals in his hand changed, the King Kong array also agglomerated on the surface of his body. King Kong array. King Kong protection. As the cry sounded, the Northern King's body had already arrived in front of him. Mu Han immediately threw out a punch, which violently collided with the Northern King's pitch-black metal fist. Clang! A heavy bell-like sound immediately spread. The deafening buzzing sound caused the expressions of everyone outside the arena to involuntarily change. Their hearts were filled with shock. Under the frightening strength, the space around the two kings instantly collapsed. The collision of the two fists. In this first collision, the Northern King and Mu Han were evenly matched. When the two of them separated, Xiao Jin by Xiao Yan's side twisted its enormous body and let out a low roar. Immediately, a lightning glow flickered all over its body. With a swoosh sound, it transformed into an enormous golden-colored lightning pillar that charged into the battleground between the Northern King and Mu Han. With the addition of Xiao Jin, the previous balance was no longer there. Two 9-star half-martial emperors facing one 9-star half-martial emperor at the same time. In a battle of this level, it was enough to create an overwhelming advantage. In a short period of time, Mu Han's aura was no longer the same as before. Facing two experts of the same level at the same time, two monstrous fellows at that. Even with the help of the formation, it was still difficult for him to fight against them. After all, the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor was simply too powerful. Even the King Kong array that he was so proud of was becoming weaker and weaker under the frenzied attacks of the two fellows in front of him. It was obvious that the King Kong array would not be able to last for long. It would be fine if that was all. However, when Mu Han's gaze unintentionally glanced at Xiao Yan, he was shocked. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was calm as he stood in the empty air. His eyes stared at the clusters of different colored heavenly flames in front of him. When these heavenly flames were added together, they basically occupied the entire heavenly flame ranking. Of course, with Mu Han's experience, he could tell that these heavenly flames were only seed flames. However, even so, the chill in his heart did not decrease in the slightest. At the same time, in the sky outside the plaza, Luo Jin and Elder Shen were also shocked as they looked at the scene before Xiao Yan. There was no need to mention Luo Jin. Back then, when he faced the cloud-splitting wolf, he had seen Xiao Yan take out such a stance. However, compared to now, Xiao Yan had only taken out a few heavenly flames. At this moment, Xiao Yan had basically summoned all the heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. It was precisely because of this that Luo Jin felt shocked. Xiao Yan was far more terrifying than he had expected. However, compared to Luo Jin, Elder Shen was even more shocked. All along, he had thought that Xiao Yan was only able to control 3 to 4 heavenly flames. However, he did not expect that after personally witnessing Xiao Yan take out almost the entire heavenly flame ranking. This caused this old man from the middle region to be extremely shocked. After all, even in the entire middle region, forget about possessing a heavenly flame. It was extremely difficult to even see one even if one wanted to. Even if it was only a seed flame, it was something that only a few large factions or clans possessed. However, Xiao Yan was actually able to completely unleash it. If news of this were to spread to the middle region, there was no telling just what kind of storm it would stir. Compared to the shocked expressions of the few people outside, Xiao Yan was completely focused on the heavenly flames in front of him at this moment. At this moment, there were a total of 21 different heavenly flames in front of him. This basically included the entire heavenly flame ranking. Of course, the other two that were not present were naturally the missing He Yan and Guyu, who was currently in his body. After taking out the heavenly flames, Xiao Yan did not hesitate. A thought passed through his mind and the surging spiritual strength between his brows immediately poured out. Soon after, under Xiao Yan's control, clusters of heavenly flames began their initial merger. Following the merger of the heavenly flames, an extremely frightening destructive aura gradually spread. Anyone who sensed this aura would feel aghast in their hearts. At this moment, Mu Han, who was bitterly enduring with the Northern King and Little Gold on the other side, would occasionally use the corner of his eyes to observe Xiao Yan. While Mu Han's mind was being split into 3, this caused him to feel a little frightened because of the heavenly flame in front of Xiao Yan. Faced with the incoming Northern King and Xiao Jin, He had also lost a little of his ability to fight. Within a short moment, the Northern King in Shaojin had left behind a couple of wounds of varying sizes on his body. Time slowly passed. At a certain moment, Mu Han, who was covered in blood, was once again sent flying 1,000 feet by the incoming Northern King. Only then did he have the opportunity to quickly take a look at Xiao Yan. However, the expression on his old face suddenly became extremely horrified when he saw him. At this moment, the final wisp of heavenly flame had perfectly merged into the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. A beautiful and dazzling fire lotus appeared in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. An extremely frightening and pure destructive aura swiftly spread following the appearance of the fire lotus. Anyone who came into contact with it would have a drastic change in expression. Their hearts would be filled with shock and horror. Everyone could clearly sense that under this destructive power, any aura of life would be mercilessly torn to shreds. This beautiful fire lotus in the empty space was just like a beautiful female snake. Anyone who tried to approach it would be mercilessly swallowed by it. This fire lotus could be called a true killing machine. Chapter 338. When this magnificent fire lotus appeared in the sky, everyone present couldn't help but be attracted by its gorgeous colors. However, at the same time, everyone's hearts were filled with shock when they saw the fire lotus in front of Xiao Yan. In the sky above the plaza, Xiao Yan used his spiritual energy to control the beautiful fire lotus that was the size of a wash basin. His figure slowly flew and arrived in front of the Northern King in Shaojin. Then, he slowly lifted his gaze and looked at Mu Han with an indifferent expression. The latter noticed Xiao Yan's gaze shooting over. His old face, which was covered with wrinkles, involuntarily revealed a deep solemn expression. Faced with Xiao Yan, this seemingly inexperienced young fellow in front of him, Mu Han's heart could not help but feel some fear rise at this moment. Even though he tried his best to suppress it, the Xiao Yan in front of him still made him feel a faintly discernible pressure. This caused Mu Han's breathing to involuntarily become a little heavy. This was especially so when his gaze came into contact with the beautiful fire lotus in front of Xiao Yan. His heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. The reason why Xiao Yan was able to give him a pressure that caused him to feel fear in his heart was mostly because of the beautiful fire lotus that was currently suspended in front of Xiao Yan and slowly rotating. Mu Han's gaze was grave as he stared at the fire lotus in front of Xiao Yan. He could feel the obscure aura that was occasionally emitted from it, causing his heart to shiver. Although the fire lotus looked harmless, the destructive aura that was emitted from it caused even Mu Han, who was a 9.5-star martial emperor, to feel extremely fearful when he sensed it. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. Was such a terrifying destructive aura really something that Xiao Yan, a 5-star half-martial emperor, could do? Mu Han didn't doubt that if the fire lotus completely exploded, the power that it contained was something that even a 9-star half-martial emperor wouldn't dare to look down on. However, no matter what he thought, Xiao Yan was indeed in control of the fire lotus. The destructive power within it had all landed in Xiao Yan's palm. Yan Xiao, it is best to leave a way out for everything. I admit that with these two fellows around today, I am indeed unable to hurt you. However, if you continue to pester me like this, it will not do you any good. Mu Han's old eyes narrowed into a thin line. His dark eyes swept across the Northern King in Shaojin, after which he looked at Xiao Yan. Even though his words sounded like he was admitting defeat, his tone revealed the unwillingness in his heart. Hearing Mu Han's words, Xiao Yan knew in his heart that this old fellow was definitely afraid of the Buddha's angry lotus flame in his hands. In addition, there was also Shang Bei Wang and Xiao Jin. Once the Buddha's angry lotus flame exploded, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to escape death. It was also because of this that Mu Han didn't dare to continue making trouble. After all, the price of making trouble was his life. Mu Han had lived for more than half his life. Being able to reach his current level, he naturally cherished his life even more. To him, it was not worth it to lose his life for an emperor tribulation pill. Ha! Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. Beside him, Xiao Jin also seemed to imitate him and let out 2 low dragon roars. Its large eyes were filled with disdain when it looked at Mu Han. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Jin and gently lifted his eyebrows. After which, he withdrew his gaze and his expression instantly regained its indifference. His eyes turned and shot towards Mu Han. After a few breaths, his tone was sinister as he said, I have said that I will definitely kill you today. Hearing the words that came out of Xiao Yan's mouth, Mu Han immediately frowned. His eyes once again stared at the magnificent fire lotus in Xiao Yan's hand. Mu Han's face involuntarily twitched violently. The Xiao Yan in front of him really did not place him in his eyes at all. A ball of fury immediately rose in Muhan's heart when he thought of this. His hands were tightly clenched into fists under his sleeves. He wished that he could pull out Xiao Yan's tendons and rip off his bones to vent the hatred in his heart. However, he clearly understood his current situation. With the Northern King and Xiao Jin by his side, Xiao Yan could truly be called the strongest person below the Do D class. After all, given the strength that Xiao Yan currently possessed, it was likely that only a Do D would be able to kill him. It was a long while later before Muhan clenched his teeth and once again raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yan. The two of them were 1,000 feet apart. Muhan's dark eyes met Xiao Yan's indifferent eyes from a distance. The empty space in the middle of their gazes gradually became distorted. After a couple of breaths, the distorted space suddenly exploded. Muhan deeply exhaled. His expression was gloomy as he looked at Xiao Yan. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and spoke in a low voice. "Humph. Yan Xiao, the old me advises you to stop. The fire lotus in your hand might be quite powerful, but once it explodes, humph, the result is not something that you can endure." Xiao Yan's indifferent expression finally changed a little when he heard these words. Indeed, this was something that he had not expected. Once the angry Buddha lotus flame was allowed to erupt in the sky above the ancient savage city, the battle between him and Muhan would not only affect the two of them, but the entire ancient savage city would also be caught in the crossfire. Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly. He was unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity to kill Muhan. After all, once this matter was resolved, it would be difficult to kill Muhan in the future. However, if he were to attack today, it would implicate the entire savage ancient city. This was something that Xiao Yan would never do. Only the Han clan would do such a thing in order to achieve their goal at all costs. The clan that Xiao Yan hated the most in his life was the Han clan. Hee hee hee. Muhan immediately laughed out loud when he saw Xiao Yan's somewhat conflicted manner. He had already expected that Xiao Yan would not implicate the entire savage ancient city in order to kill him. From the looks of it now, his prediction was indeed correct. When Xiao Yan heard Muhan's unrestrained laughter, the dense killing intent that had just been suppressed in his heart once again surged. When he thought of how Muhan had nearly killed Qin Zhong and seriously injured the Guli duo, the fury in Xiao Yan's heart could not be vented. At this moment he clearly had a great opportunity to kill Muhan. However, he was unable to do so due to his misgivings. When he thought of this, the fury in Xiao Yan's heart burned even more intensely. "I have already said that you will definitely die today." Suddenly, while Muhan was laughing loudly, Xiao Yan's mouth suddenly emitted an earth-shaking cry. At the same time, his right leg took a step forward. Xiao Yan's entire body was immediately covered by a turbulent heavenly flame, turning him into a flaming person. Behind him, the Northern King and Little Gold also moved simultaneously. They transformed into two lightning bolts and arrived in front of Muhan in an instant. They blocked Muhan's path of retreat from both sides. Today Xiao Yan would definitely kill Muhan. Chapter 339. Muhan's expression hardened when he saw this scene. His heart turned pale with fright. He did not expect Xiao Yan to be so ruthless. In order to kill him, Xiao Yan did not care about the lives of everyone in the ancient city? Muhan's expression became even more solemn as he looked to his left and right. With the Northern King and Xiao Jin around, he no longer had any path of retreat. Additionally, there was Xiao Yan who was walking toward him one step at a time. Seeing the beautiful fire lotus slowly rotating in Xiao Yan's hand, Muhan's heart became extremely terrified. "Yan Xiao, you must be clear. If you let go of this fire lotus, I won't be the only one who will die. Anyone below the level of a half-step emperor in the ancient city will be buried with me." Crash. After Muhan's words sounded, the crowd immediately understood the situation in front of them. As long as Xiao Yan took out the fire lotus in his hand, it was likely that not many people present would be able to survive. Thinking of this, countless people present were immediately frightened. Many people's spirits were so fearful that they did not care about their miserable appearances as they fled from the ancient city. Of course, there was no lack of people present who were confident in Xiao Yan. They also believed that Xiao Yan was not the kind of person who did not care about the big picture. Causing the lives of everyone in the city to be sacrificed for a personal grudge. Such a person was not worthy of their support. I have already said it twice. Today I will take your life. If I die, you'll be hated by the wildlands as well. I refuse to believe that you'll be able to slaughter everyone here. In the sky, the two of them glared at each other as they continuously cried out sternly. Seeing the murderous look on Xiao Yan's face, Muhan's heart became extremely fearful. The expression on his old face was uncertain. His face continued to twitch along with the emotions in his heart, and his breathing also became increasingly rough. Yan Xiaoyu, noisy. This time around, Mu Han had just opened his mouth when Xiao Yan impatiently interrupted him. At the same time, a vast and mighty spiritual strength surged wildly from deep within his brows. The dou qi within his body was also raised. His left hand, which had been idle all this while, extended out of his sleeve at this moment. As a crazy suction force surged out from Xiao Yan's left palm, strands of mysterious dark energy, which were like small snakes, quickly appeared in the empty space. After which they all gathered into Xiao Yan's left palm. This mysterious energy was the energy of the Grand Tao that Xiao Yan controlled. This is the power of the Grand Tao. What is this kid trying to do? When he saw Xiao Yan unleash the power of the Great Path once again, Mu Han could not help but feel a sense of danger. Soon after, Mu Han sensed that the great Tao strength that was agglomerated in Xiao Yan's palm was more than just a little more than what he had agglomerated 2 years ago. From the looks of it, the benefits Xiao Yan had obtained in these 2 years were far more than he had imagined. How is that possible? It has only been 2 years. How can this kid's control of the Great Path energy reach such a stage? What exactly has this kid done in these 2 years? Mu Han was secretly shocked. The expression on his old face had also become extremely grave. The Great Path energy that Xiao Yan had condensed caused him to feel an aura that was close to death. Xiao Yan coldly smiled in response to this. Ever since he had discovered that the lightning in the lightning pool in the empty space contained a little spatial strength, he naturally did not dare to slack off. If he could devour it, he would definitely not leave it behind. The Great Path energy that Xiao Yan currently controlled was sufficient to envelop a part of the world. This was also what he wanted to do at this moment. In the next moment, when the Great Path energy in Xiao Yan's palm condensed into a dark black energy cluster that was the size of a basketball, Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his left hand. As a huge force poured out, the dark black energy cluster in his hand was like a balloon that was crushed by Xiao Yan. The dark black energy cluster exploded with a bang and turned into hundreds of small energy snakes that rapidly spread out. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's gaze turned cold. His left arm jerked and he waved his sleeves. His spiritual energy quickly controlled the dark energy snakes and condensed them into a dark energy light screen. At this moment, Xiao Yan, Mu Han and the rest were all enveloped within it. When Mu Han saw this scene, he was secretly shocked. The dark light screen made him feel as though he could not see through it. The dark and empty feeling made him feel as though he was in a boundless void and there was no end to it. Mu Han's face twitched as he stared at the light screen that enveloped this space. He was extremely shocked. If I want to kill you, I don't have to sacrifice the lives of others. Xiao Yan's tone was indifferent. He was confident that with this light screen, 70 to 80% of the aftershock of the Fire Lotus explosion would be blocked. This would be enough. At the very least, it would not destroy this savage ancient city. When Xiao Yan's voice sounded, Xiao Yan had already arrived 10 feet away from Mu Han. He held the angry Buddha lotus flame in one hand and stared at Mu Han with a ruthless gaze. He was about to attack. When Mu Han saw that Xiao Yan was not going to give him any leeway, fury immediately rose in his heart. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, when had he, Mu Han, ever suffered such a great humiliation? He was actually forced into a corner by a 5-star half-martial emperor, and was even forced to the point of death. How could he possibly endure such humiliation? Brat. Since you insist on killing me today, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely drag you down with me. After his stern cry sounded, Mu Han's hands were swiftly raised. As the seals changed, the dou qi within his body also moved. He appeared as though he was about to self-destruct. Xiao Yan coldly snorted when he saw this scene. Since he dared to attack, he was naturally not afraid that Mu Han would self-destruct. He immediately shouted, "Stop him! You wish to self-destruct? I will not allow you to do so." After his cry sounded, the Northern King and Xiao Jin immediately shot out. With one on each side, they actually forcefully suppressed Mu Han, who was about to self-destruct. Immediately, the blood within Mu Han's body flowed backwards. A large mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out. His aura also instantly became weak. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. He suddenly pushed the hand that was holding the fire lotus and pressed it down on Mu Han's head. At this moment, Mu Han's heart was like dead ashes. His heart was filled with regret and unwillingness. He regretted listening to Mod back then and forming enmity with Xiao Yan. He was unwilling to accept that he had actually allowed Xiao Yan to escape 2 years ago, causing him to pay such a price today. Today he, a dignified 9-star half-martial emperor, was actually going to die in the hands of a 5-star half-martial emperor. How could he be willing to accept this? At this moment, Mu Han's heart was completely disheartened. He unwillingly closed his turbid old eyes and waited for death to arrive. However, in the next moment, "Brother Yin Shao, please have mercy." Chapter 340. After this cry sounded, not only Xiao Yan but even Mu Han, whose face was currently ashen, involuntarily felt surprised in his heart. Who in this ancient savage city would speak up for him? Mu Han, who was high and mighty in the past, had used his status to harm many people in the savage ancient city. However, due to the latter's strength, everyone could only swallow their anger. Therefore, while he was being looked up to by others all these years, he also secretly buried many people who hated him to the bone. Quite a number of people present quietly rejoiced in their hearts when they saw that Mu Han was about to die in Xiao Yan's hands. With Mu Han's death, they would definitely suffer less pressure. This was naturally something that they wished to see. However, since this was the case, who was the person who had shouted to stop them? At this moment, apart from Elder Xian, only Xiao Yan knew who the owner of this voice was. The owner of this voice was Luo Jin. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and was filled with doubt. Subsequently, he turned around and viciously kicked Mu Han's chest. As fresh blood spurted out, Mu Han's face turned red as he was sent flying by Xiao Yan's kick. Forcefully stopping his body, Mu Han raised his head with a ferocious expression and shot a ruthless gaze at Xiao Yan. "Stay there obediently and don't move. Otherwise, even if he stops me, I will still kill you." Just as Mu Han's ruthless gaze came into contact with Xiao Yan, the latter's cold and deep voice was immediately heard. At the same time, the Northern King and Xiao Jin also turned towards Mu Han. Their ice-cold killing intent invisibly exerted more pressure on Mu Han. When he first heard Xiao Yan's cold words, the chill in Mu Han's heart became even more intense. When he saw the Northern King and Xiao Jin once again surrounding him, he could only cough helplessly. His gaze was constantly vigilant as he stared at Xiao Yan's group in front of him. As expected, he stood in the air and did not make any moves. When he saw Mu Han's appearance, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and frowned slightly as he turned to look at the pitch-black light barrier. He could sense that Luo Jin was there. However, due to the light barrier, he did not forcefully intervene. With a thought, the light barrier in front of Luo Jin suddenly opened up an entrance that could only allow one person to pass through. Luo Jin sized up the black energy barrier in front of him as a strange light flowed deep within his eyes. Given his knowledge, he naturally knew that this black energy barrier was formed by the power of the Great Tao. However, for the time being he was unable to identify which Great Tao it was. After all, there were many Great Taos in the world that were black. Just based on the color, he was unable to identify which Great Tao it was. However, Luo Jin already had some guesses in his heart from the deep aura that the light barrier gave off. Taking a big step forward, Luo Jin entered the range of the energy barrier, and the light barrier behind him closed up again. When he arrived in front of Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at Luo Jin. He glanced at Mu Han, who was currently surrounded by the North King and Xiao Jin, from the corner of his eyes. He sighed and asked, "What's going on? You actually want to protect him?" Xiao Yan's tone was filled with some resentment. If Luo Jin had not stopped him, it was likely that the current Mu Han would already be a corpse. Hearing this, Luo Jin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He felt rather helpless about the meaning in Xiao Yan's words. He naturally knew that Xiao Yan was furious. If he could, he would not mind Mu Han's death. However, Luo Jin had no choice but to protect Mu Han in the current situation. Luo Jin shrugged his shoulders. Only then did he look at Xiao Yan with a bitter smile and said, "I don't care about this fellow's life or death. However, there is something that I have to remind you of." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and frowned slightly. He stared at Luo Jin in front of him with a doubtful expression. Luo Jin smiled and nodded. However, the words that came out of his mouth made Xiao Yan feel that it was a little far-fetched. "I remember that you once told me that you would leave the savage ancient city and enter the western region after entering the void lightning pool. Am I right?" "Yes." Although he was doubtful, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to pursue the matter. Instead, he patiently waited for Luo Jin to clear up his doubts. Hearing Xiao Yan's reply, Luo Jin nodded again. Then he looked past Xiao Yan and at Mu Han, who was also looking at him with a doubtful expression. Luo Jin slowly opened his mouth and said, "Then you should also know that the only place in the southwest border that has a teleportation array is the savage ancient city. As a rank 3 array master, the control of the teleportation array is done by him." Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly when Luo Jin finished speaking. He was slightly surprised. His gaze first looked at Mu Han behind him, then turned to Luo Jin and asked doubtfully, "What? Without him, the teleportation array can't be used?" Luo Jin shrugged his shoulders and nodded again. Seeing Luo Jin nod his head, Xiao Yan felt a little conflicted in his heart. If what Mu Han said was true, then if he killed Mu Han, wouldn't it be equivalent to cutting off his own path of retreat? In the sky, Xiao Yan frowned as he thought about something. After a long while, he raised his head and looked at Luo Jin again. "Can't you control the teleportation array with your astrolabe? If you can." "It's impossible." Before Xiao Yan could finish his sentence, Luo Jin interrupted him. "My astrolabe is only a complicated array disk. Although it can allow me, who is not an array master, to release the array, it is only borrowing the power of the astrolabe. It cannot allow me to control the array as I wish. After all, if it is as you said, then all the array masters on this continent are worthless." When he heard this, Xiao Yan came to a realization. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. It seemed that he had thought too simply. However, he suddenly thought of something and asked again, "I remember that you have a teleportation array. If I remember correctly, your disk array also has a teleportation array. As long as I use your teleportation array, it's useless." Luo Jin interrupted Xiao Yan again. "This is a province teleportation array. Unless one is a rank 5 array master, no one can easily form the array. Don't think that Mu Han is controlling the array every day. In fact, he is only a representative of the array. This array has existed for thousands of years." Xiao Yan understood in his heart when he spoke until this point. From the looks of it, it was likely that the region teleportation formation of the savage ancient city would not work without Mu Han. In other words, he could only rely on Mu Han if he wished to head to the western region. The fury in Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily rose the moment he thought of Mu Han. He had already reached a stage where he could no longer tolerate this fellow, who had repeatedly tried to snatch his detribulation pill. However, he had no choice but to keep Mu Han around because of the teleportation array. This made Xiao Yan feel rather conflicted. Suddenly, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Jin again. "By the way, since the teleportation array only needs a person to control it, we only need to find another array master. Then it should be fine, right?" When he heard this, Luo Jin could not help but laugh. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would still be conflicted about this matter after saying so much. After laughing for a while, Luo Jin slowly lifted his head and looked at Luo Jin, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "You are right. It will be fine as long as there is someone to control the array." Before Xiao Yan's voice sounded, a ruthlessness was once again revealed on his face. It was fine as long as he could kill this old fellow Mu Han. He would put everything else aside first. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to turn around while carrying a sharp killing intent, Luo Jin quickly opened his mouth. This opening of his mouth caused the flame that had just risen in Xiao Yan's heart to be instantly extinguished. Xiao Yan stared gloomily at Luo Jin. The latter felt rather helpless and smiled bitterly at Xiao Yan. Luo Jin opened his mouth again. "You need at least a rank 3 array master to control this array. I'm afraid that there are only a few array masters of this level in the entire southern region. Where do you expect me to find such a person?" "Ah." The atmosphere in the square became quiet when these words were uttered. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin exchanged glances with each other before helplessly shaking their heads. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan abruptly turned his body around with a vicious expression. He fiercely cried out, "Beat him up. Beat him up as hard as you can. Even if you can't kill him, you must cripple him." Chapter 341. Ancient Wildland City, Alchemist Guild. At this moment, Xiao Yan and his group were seated in a large hall. Outside the hall, all the alchemists in the Alchemist Guild had gathered. Everyone stuck their heads out to look at Xiao Yan in the hall. Their eyes were filled with excitement. In these 2 years, the Alchemist Guild had become much stronger than before. The new blood had laid a good foundation for the future development of the Alchemist Guild. A large portion of them had come for Xiao Yan. To be able to achieve such great achievements at such a young age was extremely rare among the alchemists. Of course, after these people joined, they also knew about Xiao Yan's death. Although some people left in disappointment, those who stayed were also elites. Xiao Yan's death seemed to have become a trial for the Alchemist Guild, to get rid of the dross and extract the essence. In the hall, Xiao Yan was forced to sit in the main seat. That should have been Gu Li's seat, but the latter insisted on Xiao Yan sitting there and destroyed all the empty chairs. Xiao Yan had no choice but to sit down. "Hey, you little brat. Back when that old bastard Wei was still around, he would take advantage of our absence to sit there. You, on the other hand, are not willing to sit even if I force you to." Gu Li rolled his eyes at Xiao Yan and scolded him with a smile. After his words sounded, the few people in the hall immediately burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere returned to a relaxed atmosphere that everyone could bear. Xiao Yan helplessly smiled bitterly when he heard this. He looked at Gu Li and realized that the latter's complexion had clearly recovered. Under the effect of the emperor-grade medicinal pill, although it was not enough to rapidly recover the strength in his body, it was able to suppress the injuries in his body for a period of time. This made Gu Li feel much better. Next, as long as he refined the remaining medicinal pills in his body, Gu Li believed that the strength in his body would recover in less than a month. After chatting with Xiao Yan for a while, Gu Li finally turned his gaze and looked at Luo Jin, who was sitting opposite him. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the young man before him was most definitely not someone that ordinary people could compare to. At the very least, his strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor was not much weaker than his own. Speaking of this, the cultivation talent of this young man in front of them was even more terrifying than the Xiao Yan they were familiar with. The most important thing was that this young man in front of her seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Yan. What kind of person is this fellow Yan Xiao? His puppet is terrifying and his pet is heaven-defying. Why is it that even his friends are cultivation freaks? The corner of Gu Li's mouth twitched slightly as he was inexplicably shocked. Haha, I was so focused on chatting with Yan Xiao that I almost forgot about this friend. Haha, I hope you don't blame me. Gu Li withdrew his thoughts and exchanged a look with Qi Lin, who was also looking at Luo Jin. Only then did Gu Li smile apologetically at Luo Jin. Seeing this, Luo Jin also laughed and said with a smile, Haha, it's fine. Brother Yan Xiao has disappeared for 2 years. Now that he has appeared again, it is inevitable that I want to chat with him. Not to mention you, even I feel the same. Ah. The clear laughter caused the atmosphere in the hall to become much more joyful. Haha, after talking so much, I still don't know this friend's name? Gu Li faced Luo Jin. His turbid old eyes flickered with light as he asked with a friendly tone. Luo Jin also smiled when he heard this. He cupped his hands towards Gu Li and laughed. I am Luo Jin. Hearing this, Gu Li and Qi Lin beside him exchanged a look. Immediately after, the two of them also cupped their hands towards Luo Jin and reported their names. Little brother, you shouldn't be someone from our savage ancient city, right? Suddenly, Qi Lin beside Gu Li could not help but ask Luo Jin. Hearing these words, Gu Li also looked at Luo Jin with a curious face. In his heart he was also quite curious. When Luo Jin heard the words from Gu Li's mouth, the expression on his face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately, the corners of his mouth lifted into a soft smile. His gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yan, who was currently sitting on the main seat and was forcefully suppressing a smile from the corners of his mouth as he looked at the few of them. Then tell me, do I count as someone from the ancient savage city or not? Gu Li and Qi Lin raised their eyebrows slightly when these words sounded. Before they could react to the meaning of these words, Xiao Yan, who was seated in the main seat, suddenly let out a "chi" sound. His face was red as he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. After laughing for a long while, until his stomach hurt from laughing, Xiao Yan finally managed to stop laughing with great difficulty. After which, he lifted his gaze and saw the strange gazes that Gu Li and Qi Lin shot towards him. Those gazes caused one to feel strange in one's heart. Xiao Yan took 2 deep breaths and wiped away the emotional tears at the corner of his eyes. After which he looked towards Luo Jin. When the latter saw the gaze that Xiao Yan shot over, he shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Xiao Yan nodded. In his heart, he understood the latter's intentions. Seeing the strange actions of the two in the square, Gu Li and Qi Lin tightly knitted their eyebrows. They looked at each other and helplessly shook their heads. If the two in front of them did not say anything, they would not know exactly what had happened. A long while later, Xiao Yan once again turned his gaze towards Gu Li and Qi Lin. His face still revealed the same emotional expression from before. However, at this moment, it seemed to have become much more formal. Haha, presidents, who do you think is the most mysterious person in this ancient wildland city? When they heard Xiao Yan's seemingly unrelated question, Gu Li and Qi Lin raised their eyebrows and looked at each other. At the same time, the two of them secretly thought in their hearts, if we were to talk about the most mysterious person in this ancient wildland city, it would naturally be Elder Luo from the southern part of the city. After all, he has been in this ancient wildland city for so many years. Not only does no one know his true strength, even his background is completely unknown. When he thought of this, the expression in Gu Li's eyes suddenly froze. His gaze instantly turned and landed on Luo Jin opposite him. Elder Luo's surname was Luo. The young man in front of him also had the surname Luo. Could it be? In the next moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin's expressions suddenly changed. They hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed towards Luo Jin with their hands cupped together. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin looked at each other. From the looks of it, these two little old men should have guessed Luo Jin's identity as the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Just as Luo Jin was about to stand up, the words that came out from Gu Li and Qi Lin's mouths were like a sudden clap of thunder that struck the two of them out of nowhere, causing them to almost lose their balance. The two of us greet Elder Luo. Pfft. On the main seat, Xiao Yan smiled as he drank a mouthful of fragrant tea. Immediately after, he was so shocked by the sudden and shocking words that he spat it out with a pfft sound. As Xiao Yan spat out the mouthful of tea, the atmosphere in the hall became awkward in a short span of a few breaths. Xiao Yan involuntarily curled his lips in his heart. He really did not expect that these two little old men in front of him would actually think of his question in such a different way. Regardless of how mysterious old Luo's identity was, he had at the very least met him before. How could the young Luo Jin in front of him be an old man with a face full of wrinkles and white hair like Elder Luo? After violently coughing a few times, Xiao Yan hurriedly raised his head and coincidentally met Luo Jin's eyes. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. A moment later they couldn't help but laugh out loud. This scene caused Gu Li and Qi Lin's expressions to become extremely awkward. At this point in time, they didn't need to say anything more to know that their judgment was completely wrong. But since that was the case, who was this young man with the surname Luo in front of them? Of course, Gu Li and Qi Lin couldn't help but guess who Luo Jin was to Elder Luo. After all, even if he wasn't Elder Luo, based on his surname and his heaven-defying cultivation, most people would think that Luo Jin was Elder Luo's descendant. Of course this was the truth. However, Luo Jin didn't intend to let them know about his relationship with Elder Luo. A moment later, the few people present calmed down the emotions within their hearts with great difficulty. Only then did Xiao Yan slowly raise his dark black, deep eyes. His gaze looked at Gu Li and Qi Lin below. Recalling the scene just now, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He wanted to laugh out loud in his heart. After calming himself down, Xiao Yan's expression returned to normal. Then he slowly smiled and said, "You might not believe it, but he is actually the pavilion master of Yunin Pavilion." Chapter 342. When Xiao Yan and Luo Jin left the Alchemist Guild, the sky had already gradually darkened. The day had already come to an end. Yunin Pavilion. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin sat opposite each other. Luo Jin was carefully sizing up Xiao Yan, and the latter was also sizing up Luo Jin with the same gaze. TSK, I really don't know how you cultivate. In less than 2 years, your strength has already soared from a 3-star half-martial emperor to a 5-star half-martial emperor. With such a frightening cultivation speed, I'm afraid that even in the central region, there aren't many people who can compare to you. Luo Jin's gaze was fixed on Xiao Yan. His gaze was as if he was staring at a treasure, and his expression was filled with shock. Hearing Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yan shook his head and lightly smiled. He shrugged his shoulders, raised his gaze, looked at the former, and softly sighed. "Sigh, how can I compare to you? You managed to raise your strength by 4 stars in 2 years. Compared to me, you have doubled. You even said that my cultivation speed is fast. This is simply a disguised way of praising yourself, right?" Ah. Luo Jin's old face reddened and he could not help but laugh out loud. He did not explain anything. However, Luo Jin clearly understood in his heart that the reason he was able to raise his strength by 4 stars during these 2 years was all thanks to the Heaven Imperial Jade Essence that he had obtained from the Cloud-Splitting Wolf when he had joined hands with Xiao Yan back then. Luo Jin had refined the energy within the Heaven Imperial Jade Essence in these 2 years. That was why his strength was able to increase so quickly. Compared to the pain of being bitten by lightning that Xiao Yan had to endure, Luo Jin was much more relaxed. Of course there were gains and losses. While his strength was rapidly increasing, he would be in a period of adjustment for a very long period of time. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for his strength to increase again. However, Luo Jin seemed to have an indifferent attitude towards this. Although Xiao Yan was surprised, he did not ask. Speaking of which, you're not bad, kid. You've already grasped the power of the Grand Tao. Tell me, what kind of Grand Tao is it? It'll be good for me, someone who hasn't grasped a Grand Tao, to open my eyes. All of a sudden, Luo Jin chuckled and asked about the great Tao that Xiao Yan had used against Mu Han. Luo Jin was really envious of that. After all, that was the power of the great Tao. As long as one was a true expert, they would be able to grasp it. It was a form of verification of one's strength. Of course, talent was more important. After all, the Great Path was not formed by cultivation. If one wanted to use the power of the Great Path, the first condition was to comprehend a Great Path. Ah, my luck is not bad. I comprehended the Grand Tao of the Void. When Xiaoyan heard this, he did not try to hide it. Since he had already used it, Xiaoyan did not intend to continue hiding it. After all, there would definitely be people who would be able to recognize that the black energy that he had used was the power of the Great Path. TSK, you really don't know what kind of good deed you did in your previous life. How much good karma have you accumulated to actually be able to comprehend the Grand Tao of the Void? The Grand Tao of the Void combined with the Sky Extinction Steps. Currently, I'm afraid that no one below the Do D class will be able to catch up with your speed. Luo Jin's eyes stared at Xiaoyan as if he was looking at a monster. When he spoke, his tone revealed the envy he had for Xiaoyan. With regards to this, Xiaoyan was also helpless. He spread out his hands and smiled helplessly. Haha, alright. After saying so much, let's talk about your next plans. Now that you have entered the lightning pool, what are your next plans? After changing the topic, Luo Jin quickly followed up and inquired about Xiaoyan's next plans. Xiaoyan involuntarily inhaled a deep breath of air when he heard this. The expression on his face, which originally carried a slight smile, gradually recovered its solemnness. Xiaoyan had already considered the question that Luo Jin had raised at this moment before he left the lightning pool. Hence, now that Luo Jin had raised it, Xiaoyan did not need to think too much about it. Xiaoyan nodded slightly and spoke to Luo Jin in a deep voice. According to my original plan, I will first head to the western region. Due to the different distances between the regions, Xiaoyan could not rely on the transportation formation in the savage ancient city to directly reach the northern region. Hence, the western region was a place that he had to pass through on this trip. Luo Jin nodded slightly. He also understood this point in his heart. After knowing Xiaoyan's next destination, Luo Jin smiled and said, Haha, since that's the case, then we can travel together. Coincidentally, I have some matters to attend to at the Union Pavilion branch in the western region. This way the two of us can travel together again, haha. Luo Jin's face was full of smiles as if this was all fated. After laughing, Luo Jin seemed to have thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and asked Xiaoyan with a smile, Brother Yin Xiao, have you decided when you are going to leave? His eyes narrowed and his pitch-black eyes flickered. After a long while, Xiaoyan finally opened his mouth and said in a calm tone, Let's set it for 3 days later. In 3 days we will set off for the western region. When these words came out, Luo Jin raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a low voice, 3 days? Isn't this a little too rushed? Hearing Luo Jin's words, Xiaoyan smiled faintly, shook his head and said, We are not moving. There is no need to bring anything. 3 days is enough. We only need to pack some clothes in 3 days. Seeing this, Luo Jin did not say anything more and nodded his head in agreement. After all, it did not matter to him whether they left early or late. A night's time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the morning of the second day. Early in the morning, the ancient city of Wildlands was already very lively. Moreover, there were 2 major news that had spread out yesterday. The people in the city were extremely excited. The first news was that Yin Xiao, who had disappeared 2 years ago, had returned today. In 2 years, his strength had increased from a 3-star half-martial emperor to a 5-star half-martial emperor. When this news spread, the entire Wildlands immediately became lively. 2 years ago, Xiaoyan had defeated a 7-star half-martial emperor with the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor. He was even undefeated when facing an 8-star half-martial emperor. Then 2 years later, wouldn't Yin Xiao, whose strength had reached the 5-star half-martial emperor, be even more terrifying? When this news had just spread, sure enough, in less than half a day, another piece of news that shocked the entire ancient city of Wildlands was once again spread. Despite being one of the 2 overlords of the wasteland, Mu Han had actually been beaten up by Xiaoyan until he no longer resembled a human. Even though Mu Han was a 9-star half-D, he did not possess any might in front of Xiaoyan. The dignity of a 9-star half-D was just like a straw dog. However, just when everyone thought that this was all the news about Xiaoyan, in merely 1 day the Wildlands was once again shaken by another piece of news. In the Grey Mountain range outside of Wildland City, someone had seen a black-clothed man face off against the Dodi's pressure by himself and persist for an entire day. After this news spread, the gazes of everyone in the savage ancient city landed on Xiaoyan, who had not uttered a single word. In a short 2 days, not only had he returned in a powerful manner, he had also broken Mu Han's record that no one had been able to break for a long time. Violently beating up Mu Han, becoming one of the 2 tyrants of the Wildlands, fighting against Adodi's pressure by himself and breaking Muhan's record of half a day. These two things were truly slaps to Muhan's face. Yan Zhao's return caused an uproar in the city. Even the sky changed color because of it. Chapter 343. While Xiao Yan's matter had caused an uproar in the ancient wilderness, Xiao Yan was currently sitting in an inconspicuous little restaurant, drinking by himself. Of course, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Yan had no choice but to put on a mask made of special materials. This mask was different from an ordinary mask. Not only could it conceal one's aura, but even a pseudo-emperor would find it hard to tell if it was real or fake. Xiao Yan was sitting by the window. From here he could see the 2 floors of the Yunin Pavilion. Of course, this wasn't the purpose of Xiao Yan's visit. He was just used to sitting by the window and listening to the news on the streets. Unsurprisingly, ever since Xiao Yan had sat there, almost every piece of news he had heard was related to him. Especially the battle with Muhan the day before. Everyone was spreading false rumors about it. It was simply an unimaginable battle. However, when this reached Xiao Yan's ears, the latter could only smile bitterly and shake his head with a sigh. Xiao Yan could only helplessly focus on the matter at hand. Xiao Yan hoped that he could make some preparations before he left, so as to avoid any future troubles. Amidst the boredom of waiting, time passed quickly. Unknowingly, 4 hours had already passed by at the tip of his fingers. Until a certain moment, the boring atmosphere was broken by a delicate shout. Where's the shop owner? Hurry up and come out. Most of the people in the restaurant couldn't help but turn their gazes towards the direction of the voice. Although the tone was a bit rude, the voice was quite pleasant to the ears. Even Xiao Yan couldn't deny this. However, whether the voice was pleasant or not was one thing, but the tone was another. When this overbearing voice sounded, the shop owner felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, after doing business for so many years, he understood in his heart that he definitely couldn't underestimate anyone. Even if it was a girl with an extremely delicate voice, he definitely couldn't underestimate her. Moreover, the voice of the girl who had shouted was so delicate. Clearly, she was a pampered young lady who had been pampered since she was young. Without mentioning her strength, just her background alone was not something that a small shop like theirs could touch. Hence, the shop owner hurriedly ran forward after hearing the delicate shout. He smiled at the girl with a courteous attitude. Haha, may I know if this young lady needs anything? If there is a need, as long as it is within my shop's ability, this old man will definitely do his best. The shop owner gave himself full marks for his judgment the moment he stepped forward. This little girl in front of him might appear weak on the surface, but her aura was something that even a dozun like him could not see clearly. Just this point alone was enough to prove that this young lady's strength was much stronger than his. Perhaps she was already an expert at the Do Sheng class. The shop owner quietly thought in his heart. This little girl, who appeared to be in her 20s, possessed the strength of a Do Sheng. This kind of frightening training talent could really be called heaven-defying. In time to come, this young lady in front of him might become an even stronger bandit who would be respected by the people of the continent. Such a person would not allow a small dozun like him to blaspheme her. She first heard the shop owner's courteous voice. After which, she saw the respectful attitude of the shop owner in front of her. The young lady pursed her red moist lips and lifted her small nose. Her pink tender face revealed a proud smile. Her gaze swept over everyone on the first floor. After which, it once again landed on the shop owner in front of her. The young lady smiled slightly. The smile that she revealed could be described as extremely beautiful. However, the words that were emitted next caused the expressions of everyone present to instantly change. Today this young lady will book this entire restaurant. Everyone inside should immediately leave this restaurant. Everyone present immediately frowned when these words were uttered. Even the shop owner in front of the young lady involuntarily knit his brows. This restaurant of his had been open for dozens of years. Most of the people who came were old customers. They usually took care of each other. Now, he had chased away his customers just because of some words from this young lady in front of him. How would he continue to maintain his footing here in the future? The shop owner was just about to open his mouth when the young lady in front of him snorted softly. She waved her hand and a golden card appeared in her hand. She flicked her finger and the card shot toward the shop owner in front of her. The shop owner frowned. However, he still received the golden card that was flying toward him. The golden card had just entered his hand when the young lady's spoiled voice was once again emitted. There are 30,000 ling coins in this golden card. It is comparable to the income of your small store for 2 years. From now on, this restaurant will be reserved by this young lady. Everyone who is inside get out. The young lady's eyes swept over everyone present. The expression of the shop owner in front of her alternated between green and white. "Young lady, I'm afraid our store can't agree to your request." After a long time, the shop owner raised his head with a solemn expression and looked at the young lady in front of him. There was a deep firmness in his words. This also made the group of customers behind him at this moment exclaim in their hearts, "This young lady is just borrowing your restaurant for a day. Old man, don't be so shameless." With a delicate shout, the young lady's pretty face showed a touch of displeasure. Her delicate body trembled, and the terrifying aura belonging to a half-saint powerhouse swept toward everyone in the field in an instant. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't expect that this seemingly weak young lady in front of them was actually a half-saint powerhouse. Seeing the rapidly changing expressions on everyone's faces, the young lady couldn't help but raise a smug smile on her face. Her cultivation talent had always been greatly praised by her grandfather. At this moment, when she saw these people revealing such expressions because of her, a sense of pride immediately surged in her heart. Her usual aura of a young lady was completely revealed. She snorted in an unruly tone. The young lady's delicate body trembled, and the terrifying aura that spread out became even more tyrannical. All of a sudden, everyone in the field, including the shop owner, had a solemn expression on their faces. Their bodies were also out of control. They half knelt on the ground with a bang, and cold sweat kept dripping from their foreheads. "If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think this young lady is a sick cat?" The young lady put her hands on her hips. With a cold smile, she looked at all the figures half kneeling on the ground in the field. She laughed disdainfully. As her voice fell, the young lady walked in front of the shop owner. With a coquettish expression, her bright and beautiful eyes stared at the shop owner in front of her. She asked again, "Are you willing now?" The shop owner supported his body with difficulty, but he still struggled to shake his head. The young lady frowned slightly, and the expression on her pretty face became more and more unhappy. After a few breaths, the young lady snorted coldly. She actually slowly raised her jade-like hand, spread her 5 fingers and slapped the shop owner's face. Slap. With a soft sound, under everyone's astonished gazes, the snow-white wrist finally stopped in the air a few inches away from the shop owner's face. At this moment, a black-robed young man was standing beside the shop owner. His white and powerful palm was firmly holding the young lady's wrist like an iron clamp. "This little girl's strength isn't that great, but she doesn't show any mercy. I really don't know which family raised her. She's actually so rude and unreasonable." As the man appeared, his clear and cold voice slowly rang out. Chapter 344. Everyone in the restaurant suddenly felt their bodies lighten. The half-sage pressure that was suppressing their bodies earlier had quietly disappeared. Immediately, everyone looked at the young man who was still holding the young lady's wrist in shock. It was not difficult to guess that he was the one who had broken the young lady's half-sage pressure. It was hard to imagine that the pressure of a half-sage expert could be easily broken by the black-robed young man. To be able to do so, the young man's strength was at least at the half-sage level. Hiss! Everyone present involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they thought of this. Although it was not as if they had never seen such a young Bansheng before, the fact that 2 of them had appeared at the same time in this restaurant caused them to involuntarily feel a little strange. While everyone present was quietly shocked in their hearts, the young lady also swiftly reacted. At the same time that she lifted her pretty eyes, a shock swiftly surged into the gaze she used to look at Xiao Yan. She had been pampered and spoiled since she was young. When had she ever been treated in such a manner? Moreover, it was by someone of the same generation. Xiao Yan's gaze fell and swept across the young lady in front of him. His eyes involuntarily revealed a look of amazement. The young girl in front of him was quite attractive. Her delicate little face was pink and tender, adding a bit of childishness to it. Her gentle and beautiful feeling made people want to hold her in their arms and take care of her. The young lady was wearing a bright red dress. The tight-fitting dress wrapped around her exquisite figure until it was curvaceous. Adding the threads of fury in her eyes at this moment, it caused the red-clothed young lady in front of Xiao Yan to have an additional barbaric feeling. "Let go of me." As if she had noticed Xiao Yan's gaze, the anger in the young lady's heart grew even stronger. With a furious shout, the young lady cried out again. Her right hand, which was being held by Xiao Yan, was forcefully pulled back. However, no matter how hard she struggled, Xiao Yan's hand did not move at all. Instead, when he exerted a little force, the young lady's delicate face revealed a painful expression. How could one tell that she was a half-sage expert from her appearance? "Bastard! Unable to break free, the young girl's heart was instantly enraged. Her young mistemper immediately rose to the top of her head. Her other left hand that wasn't restrained by Xiao Yan suddenly flipped over. Do Qi rapidly condensed in the palm of her delicate jade-like hand. A palm fiercely smashed towards Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. This little girl in front of him was really rude and unreasonable. As this thought flashed across his heart, Xiao Yan did not stand on ceremony. He swiftly extended his left hand and his large palm grabbed the young lady's left wrist. He used a little force and the young lady's do qi in her palm involuntarily scattered as she cried out in pain. "Little girl, you're quite hot-tempered." Xiao Yan's tone was a little impatient as he spoke. However, immediately after, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly. The moment her left hand was restrained, the little girl in front of him actually kicked out with the tip of her right foot. Her target was Xiao Yan's crotch. Even the people behind Xiao Yan saw this scene and their crotches involuntarily tightened. If this kick really landed, then this black-robed young man would really be in trouble. "You're really not done yet." A cold shout shook the young lady in front of Xiao Yan to the point that her soul was frightened. Xiao Yan was too lazy to care about being gentle to the fairer sex. With a sudden twist of his arms, the young lady in front of him could not control her body and was forcefully flipped in midair. After that, Xiao Yan's wrists quickly crossed and the 5 fingers of his right hand opened. Immediately after, he clasped down and the young lady's hands were controlled by Xiao Yan's palms. With a slight press of his right hand, the young lady was forced to bend over and stand in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was even more impolite. As if to seek revenge for the anger that rose in his heart due to the young lady's kick, Xiao Yan waved his left sleeve and spread out the 5 fingers of his left hand. Immediately after, in the entire restaurant, under the astonished and envious gazes of everyone, Xiao Yan ruthlessly slapped the young lady's buttocks. Slap. At this moment, everyone held their breaths and concentrated. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the restaurant. Everyone's mouth was slightly agape as they watched the scene in front of them. The moment Xiao Yan's slap landed, the young lady seemed to be slightly startled for a moment. After a short moment, a blush appeared on the young lady's delicate cheeks. "Ah!" A deafening scream suddenly rang out. The young lady, who was restrained by Xiao Yan, suddenly began to struggle frantically. Xiao Yan's old face was also slightly red. Only then did he realize that what he had done seemed to be a little too much. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan could not help but slightly loosen his grip on the young lady's right hand. In the next moment, the young lady in front of him quickly seized this opportunity. Her snow-white wrist twisted like a water snake, and her 2 delicate palms quickly slipped out of Xiao Yan's hand. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to regain his senses, the young lady suddenly turned her head and fiercely bit the back of Xiao Yan's hand. "Hiss," Xiao Yan frowned. As he withdrew his hand, the young lady in front of him had already taken a few steps to the door of the restaurant. Xiao Yan glanced at the 2 rows of clear teeth marks on the back of his hand. Although this little girl had used quite a bit of strength when she bit him, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan's physical body was strong. This little girl alone was unable to hurt him. With a slight smile, Xiao Yan slowly raised his gaze and looked at the young lady standing outside the door. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a chuckle, "Hey little girl, you're really a little tigress." In the face of Xiao Yan's teasing words, the blush on the young lady's cheeks deepened, but at the same time, the young lady's heart was filled with anger again. Today she met this black-robed young man in front of her. The pain she suffered at his hands could be said to be the most in her life. How could this young lady, who was sought after by everyone, continue to be calm? Immediately, the young lady quickly took out a jade slip from the storage ring and crushed it. "Umph! You actually dare to hit me. Today I must make you pay the price." Xiao Yan was expressionless. Ever since the young lady had taken out the jade token, Xiao Yan had already predicted what would happen next. However, he also wanted to see just what kind of person would allow his younger generation to behave so atrociously. At the same time, the moment the jade slip was crushed in a luxurious courtyard not too far away from Xiao Yan and the young lady, a few people were discussing something in the hall at this moment. But then, among the few people, an old man whose strength had reached the level of a half-emperor, who was originally sitting on the chair, suddenly stood up the moment the jade slip was crushed. He frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the young lady at this moment. This little girl, who did you provoke this time? I asked you to wait for someone, why did you cause trouble again?" Sensing the special aura that spread out when the young lady's life-saving jade slip was crushed, the old man's face did not reveal too much worry. Instead he muttered to himself, Obviously, the old man was quite familiar with his granddaughter's character. Therefore, he did not think that someone else attacked her first. The old man sighed helplessly in his heart. In the end, he was still worried about the young lady's safety. After speaking to the people present, his figure moved and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, at the entrance of the restaurant, the young lady's pretty face was filled with anger as she stared at Xiao Yan opposite her with a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. When my grandfather comes later, I will definitely personally smash your pig head. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He did not expect this little girl in front of him to be so unruly. Even at this time, she still did not forget to insult him. May I know which friend is here? If my granddaughter has offended you, I hope you can forgive her. I promise that I will discipline her properly when I return. Suddenly, an old man's shout came from the sky outside the restaurant. Hearing the meaning behind his words, even though he was also protecting the young girl, everyone could tell that this person clearly understood the temperament of the young girl in front of him. When the old man's words reached the young lady's ears, the expression on the latter's delicate face changed again and again. She originally wanted to rely on her grandfather to vent her anger, but who knew that he would say such words the moment he opened his mouth? Are you my grandfather or not? Immediately, the young lady's face was filled with grievance as she turned around and shouted towards the sky. The moment the old man's voice sounded, Xiao Yan, who was standing in the restaurant, slowly curled his lips into a slightly surprised smile. Xiao Yan also did not expect that this spoiled and unruly princess in front of him was actually his granddaughter. No wonder she said that she wanted to book this restaurant for a day. It seemed that this old man had asked her to do it. However, he only thought of the beginning and ignored the end. This little girl's actions had made this originally easy process several times more difficult than it should have been. With light footsteps, Xiao Yan slowly walked out of the restaurant and looked at the distant sky. Then, under the astonished gaze of the young lady beside him, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "How's brother Qinzhong? I haven't seen you for 2 years. How have you been?" Chapter 345. As Xiao Yan's voice fell, there was a sharp sound of wind breaking in the sky. A figure quickly approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The expression on Qinzhong's face was slightly startled when he saw Xiao Yan when he approached. This unfamiliar-looking man in front of him was not the person he had thought of. However, when Qinzhong met Xiao Yan's clear eyes and saw a wisp of brilliant fire glow, his old face immediately revealed a smile that he had been waiting for a long time. Qinzhong cupped his hands together and cupped them toward Xiao Yan. After which he laughed out loud. "Yan." The first word had just left his mouth when Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted the words that he was about to continue speaking. Seeing this, Qinzhong couldn't help but show a touch of doubt. But then, when his eyes swept across the crowd of onlookers on both sides of the street and the girl in red, his old face suddenly showed a smile of understanding. Qinzhong exchanged glances with Xiao Yan. The both of them were well aware of the situation. Hence, Qinzhong did not continue speaking. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sighed in relief. Now the whole ancient wilderness city was talking about him. Once Qinzhong said Xiao Yan's name in public, it would attract more than half of the people in the ancient wilderness city to watch. This was not what Xiao Yan wanted to see. As he landed, Qinzhong's eyes immediately fell on the beautiful girl in the middle of the street below. Seeing the latter's aggrieved face, Qinzhong couldn't help but frown slightly. But then he seemed to understand something. Qinzhong glanced at Xiao Yan, but found that the latter was also looking at him with a smile. He shrugged and didn't say anything. "What's going on?" Qinzhong didn't ask Xiao Yan. Instead, he frowned and looked at the girl, reprimanding in a slightly low voice. When the girl saw her grandfather, who had always doted on her, treat her like this in front of outsiders, she couldn't help but burst out. "Little girl, today's matter won't allow you to fool around anymore." Qinzhong, who had a deep understanding of the young lady, immediately saw the change in the young lady's expression. Before the latter could speak, an even deeper cry was emitted from his mouth. Under this voice, the young girl's soft and delicate body clearly trembled. There was actually some moisture in her bright and beautiful eyes. It was hard for her to imagine that her grandfather, who had always been obedient to her, would get angry at her because of an outsider. Xiao Yan immediately felt helpless when he saw this. Why was it that from the looks of it, it had become his fault? Frowning slightly, Xiao Yan roughly explained what had happened to Qinzhong. The latter's expression gradually became gloomy. Before the young lady came here, he had already repeatedly warned her not to bully others and not to take things by force. The little girl in front of him didn't abide by either of these two rules. Of course, Qin Zhong didn't doubt Xiao Yan's words. Firstly, he trusted Xiao Yan personally. Secondly, there were so many people present. As a half-emperor expert, Xiao Yan naturally wouldn't do such a shameless thing. Moreover, the young lady in front of him didn't refute Xiao Yan's narration. Obviously, Xiao Yan's words were flawless. Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhong turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry." Xiao Yan, however, laughed softly and shook his head. His gaze swept over everyone in the restaurant before he frowned and said, "The one who should be sorry is not me but them." Qin Zhong was startled and looked at Xiao Yan, only to find that the latter was also staring at him with a hint of certainty in his eyes. When Xiao Yan's words entered the young lady's ears, the latter immediately frowned. Her face was filled with hatred as she looked at Xiao Yan and angrily said, "My grandfather is a half-emperor expert. How can he apologize to these guys? You are clearly making things difficult for my grandfather." Xiao Yan ignored this. His eyes continued to stare at Qin Zhong. It was likely that only this young lady was unaware of the meaning behind his words. A long while later, Qin Zhong finally nodded. He turned his gaze and faced the young lady, who was still repeatedly cursing Xiao Yan with her mouth. He reprimanded her. Shut up." The young lady's body suddenly trembled and she quickly shut her mouth. She was even more frightened in her heart. This was probably the first time she saw her grandfather so angry in front of her. "I will ask your third uncle to take you back later. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to step out of the family again." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhong ignored Qin Ro, whose face was pale at this moment. He suddenly turned around and faced the crowd in the restaurant. He took a deep breath, cupped his fist and said in a deep voice, "Just now my granddaughter disturbed everyone. I apologize on her behalf." When the crowd in the store saw this, they hurriedly waved their hands and dropped the matter. Making a half-step emperor apologize to them truly caused them to feel overwhelmed by the unexpected favor they were receiving from a superior. After that, another person quickly rushed over from the sky. Qin Zhong looked up with a stern look in his muddy old eyes. When the figure landed and saw Qin Zhong's serious face, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. He first bowed respectfully to Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Take this girl back and hand her over to her father. Ask him to take good care of her. As for the rest, I will find him after I go back." The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded when he heard this. He glanced at Qin Ro from the corner of his eyes. His old eyes involuntarily contained some surprise. Just who was this person who could cause the ancestor Qin Zhong, who had always doted on Qin Ro, to be so furious? His heart involuntarily shivered when his eyes landed on Xiao Yan on the other side. Even with his current 9-star Doxing cultivation, he was actually unable to see through the strength of this black-robed young man in front of him. In his impression, other than an expert who had stepped into the half-emperor class, there was no one who could hide their cultivation in front of him. Hiss! This seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of him was actually a half-emperor class expert. The middle-aged man immediately came to an understanding when he thought of this. No wonder the ancestor thinks so highly of him. This time around, it was likely that his little princess was going to suffer. With Qin Zhong in front, even though Qin Ro still felt wronged in her heart, she could only helplessly be brought away by the middle-aged man in front of her. At this moment, regardless of how spoiled she was, she understood in her heart that she had indeed angered her grandfather today. Xiao Yan finally sighed softly and shook his head after the middle-aged man left with Qin Ro. He withdrew his gaze and exchanged glances with Qin Zhong. After which, he glanced at the restaurant behind him. The latter also helplessly shook his head. Xiao Yan sighed softly and helplessly said, "Let's go. It is really not easy to sit quietly for a while." Once he finished speaking, he took the lead and swiftly flew out of the savage ancient city. Behind him, Qin Zhong once again looked in the direction that the middle-aged man had left with Qin Ro. He helplessly sighed bitterly. His body moved and he swiftly followed, leaving behind a group of frightened Dozongs and Dozuns in the restaurant. However, no one knew that after Xiao Yan and Qin Zhong left the savage ancient city one after another human figure quietly followed them. That person's dark black eyes flickered as he watched the two of them from a distance. Chapter 346. Outside Wild City, on an uninhabited mountain peak, two figures were slowly descending from the void. As soon as he landed, Xiao Yan pulled off the mask covering his face. No matter what, the feeling of being covered by something was still uncomfortable, as if he was being forcibly bound. It was Xiao Yan's nature to be so free at this moment. Phew! After exhaling a long breath, Xiao Yan turned around and looked at Qin Zhong behind him. Ah, Brother Qin, it's been a long time. As soon as Qin Zhong raised his eyes, he saw Xiao Yan's familiar face. Immediately, the two looked at each other and smiled. Qin Zhong's old eyes were slightly moist. Since the news of Xiao Yan's return reached his ears, his heart had never been calm again. I'm really sorry about what happened just now. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly. That's why she was so rampant. After coming back to his senses, Qin Zhong recalled what had happened just now and could not help but feel a little melancholy in his heart. Ah, this is normal. She's just a child. It's always normal to have some vanity and superiority. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this, shook his head helplessly and then sighed in a low voice. However, after all, she grew up under the care of elders like you. Although her cultivation talent is good, it's also because of your so-called care that her life is too flat. When Xiao Yan said this, Qin Zhong had to lower his head slightly with a heavy expression. Xiao Yan's words were not pleasant to hear, but every word was true. Compared to some people's superficial flattery, this could be regarded as caring. Her strength is not bad among her peers, but if she faces a real battle alone, even if it's an expert of the same level, she is definitely no match for him. I don't need to say more about this, you should understand. Xiao Yan stared at Qin Zhong in front of him, frowning and saying in a deep voice. He did not want his friends to get into trouble again for various reasons after he left. That was the last thing Xiao Yan wanted to see. Therefore, even if the words were not pleasant to hear, he still had to say them. Xiao Yan finally ceased speaking when he spoke until this point. It was pointless to speak more. He had coincidentally grasped this limit. It would not cause Qin Zhong's heart to feel too embarrassed, but it would also not be to the extent that speaking too little would be ineffective. When Qin Zhong heard Xiao Yan's words, he was very grateful to Xiao Yan in his heart, especially when he recalled that Xiao Yan had asked him to apologize to the people in the restaurant with a firm gaze. If it was someone else, even if he had a good relationship with Xiao Yan, he would naturally not be able to lower his status and face to apologize to a group of people who he regarded as ants. However, the key was that the person who asked him to do so was Xiao Yan. How could Qin Zhong not know that the reason why Xiao Yan's attitude was so firm before seemed to be to ask Qin Zhong to apologize to those people, but in fact this apology should be said by Qin Ro. However, she did not notice it at all. It was a long while later before Qin Zhong finally raised his head. He inhaled a deep breath of air and a glint flashed across his turbid old eyes. He smiled, cupped his hands together and thanked Xiao Yan. Only then did he withdraw his thoughts. His old face once again recovered a serious expression. He frowned slightly before opening his mouth to ask Xiao Yan. Brother Yan Xiao, may I know why you called this old man out this time? Back to the topic, Xiao Yan also quickly withdrew other thoughts. He nodded and said with a frown, to be honest, Brother Qin Zhong, I have already decided to leave the wilderness the day after tomorrow and go to the western region. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the expression on Qin Zhong's face could not help but be slightly startled. Then, he recovered and a hint of surprise appeared in his old eyes. So soon are you ready to leave? Xiao Yan nodded and said with a chuckle, Haha, I have not been in the ancient city for a long time. Haha, actually, I have stayed in the ancient wildlands for quite some time. My original plan was to leave the ancient wildlands after I got out of the void lightning pool. Now, it seems like my plan has come to fruition. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Qin Zhong knew that Xiao Yan had made up his mind. Therefore he did not say any more nonsense. He cupped his hands and smiled at Xiao Yan. In that case, this old man can only wish you a safe journey. Although the western region is not as good as the southern region, we are only at the southwest border after all. Compared to some cities in the western region, it is still much worse. When you go, you must be extremely careful. Xiao Yan also nodded and cupped his hands at Qin Zhong with a smile. Then Qin Zhong seemed to have thought of something and asked Xiao Yan again, Oh right. That's right. Brother Yan Xiao, you can't have called me out this time just to tell me that you're leaving, right? Xiao Yan once again smiled. His eyes stared at Qin Zhong as he laughed. Brother Qin Zhong is the only one who knows me. Ha! As soon as these words came out, the two of them burst out laughing in unison. After a long while, Xiao Yan gradually withdrew his smile and said to Qin Zhong in a deep voice, Brother Qin Zhong, you still remember the void lightning pool. Brother Qin, do you remember that 2 years ago before we entered the void lightning pool, I told you that I have a favor to ask of you after we leave the void lightning pool? Qin Zhong nodded. He had never dared to forget this matter because he firmly believed that Xiao Yan would definitely return. It seemed that his persistence had finally paid off. Haha, Brother Yan Xiao, if you need help with anything, just say it. I have been waiting for you to beg me for a long time. Ah. Qin Zhong half-jokingly teased Xiao Yan. Indeed, he had been waiting for the day when Xiao Yan would return for a long time. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. After a moment of hesitation, he said to Qin Zhong, Brother Qin Zhong, I want to ask you to help me take care of a family. Qin Zhong involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He did not think that the clan behind Xiao Yan would be weak given Xiao Yan's strength. Hence, the clan that Xiao Yan had asked him to take care of likely had a special relationship with Xiao Yan. Brother Yan Xiao, just say it. As long as brother speaks, I will definitely ensure the safety of this family. Seeing this, Xiao Yan immediately cupped his hands and smiled at Qin Zhong, saying, In that case, I will thank brother here first. In fact, this family is not very big. It is also a family in a small city on the southwest border. The family's surname is Lu, and the patriarch's name is Lu Huabai. I only hope that brother can find time to send someone to take care of it after I leave. At that time, as long as you send someone to call my name, they will know. After saying this, Xiao Yan told the latter about the general situation of the Lu family. Qin Zhong also nodded continuously. Obviously, he really cared about Xiao Yan's request. Ah, good. This old man will remember the Lu family of Qingyang City. It's just a family. Brother Yan Xiao, don't worry. This old man promises that no matter what you give it to me now, when you return, it will only be more prosperous than before. It will definitely not disappoint you. Then it's all up to Brother Qin Zhong. Ha 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 ha. A few loud laughs sounded. The stone in Xiao Yan's heart finally slowly fell at this moment. The two of them chatted and laughed with each other for a while, then they didn't stay any longer. They both stood up, and the two figures moved and quickly disappeared from the mountain top. A moment after the two human figures left, a human figure finally flashed and appeared from an inconspicuous thicket in the surrounding mountain range. He looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in and pondered for a moment. After which, his body moved and he swiftly flew away. Chapter 347. Boom. With a violent bang, in the ginseng spiritual world, a vast open space in the forest suddenly shook violently as if there was an earthquake. At this moment, a greenish-gold cauldron that was 30 feet tall stood majestically in front of the few people in the field. It was like a small mountain. The tall cauldron cast a huge shadow under the reflection of the sunlight. It completely swallowed the few people's shadows. The sudden darkness, coupled with the reflection of the sunlight, caused Elder Luo and the other two people to squint within a few seconds. They did not dare to raise their heads to look at the huge object that had suddenly appeared in front of them. After a few breaths, when the three of them looked over, they saw a huge cauldron standing in front of them. When the three of them saw this, their eyes could not help but become serious. Luo Jin's eyes could not help but reveal a surprised expression. He had seen the cauldron in front of him before, but he did not mention it to Elder Luo. He did not know why Xiao Yan took it out at this moment. Seeing the huge cauldron in front of them, Elder Luo and Qing Mu could not help but be secretly shocked. They looked at each other. When Elder Luo and Qing Mu saw the cauldron in front of them clearly, a shocked expression immediately appeared on their old faces. Although Elder Luo was a weapon refiner and usually only knew how to refine some weapons, he had also dabbled in the aspect of refining cauldrons. Although the two cauldrons had different attributes, their refining methods were similar. Moreover, weapon refiners were able to comprehend some new things, especially when it came to items that had special refining methods. At this moment, Elder Luo immediately recognized the cauldron in front of him with a glance. The cauldron in front of him was the cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list. Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. This is the second on the heavenly tripod list, the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. Looking at the huge cauldron in front of them, which was like a small mountain, Elder Luo and Qing Mu were extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine that the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, which was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list, would actually appear in Xiao Yan's hands. If this news were to spread, the trouble that Xiao Yan would face in the future would be more than 10 times more difficult than it was now. Thinking of this, the two old men's faces immediately revealed a dignified expression. The heavenly tripod list. Putting aside the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron's ranking, just the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list were things that all alchemists in the continent yearned for. In the hearts of alchemists, the weight of the heavenly tripod list was not much less than the heavenly flame list. In the hearts of some alchemists, the value of the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list was not lower than the value of the heavenly flame. For the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list, Some alchemists could not find even one cauldron in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan at such a young age actually had such a shocking treasure. Kid, this thing has been extinct on the continent for who knows how many years. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands today. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Old Luo's gaze was solemn as he looked at Xiao Yan. His tone was solemn as he spoke. His words contained a warning to Xiao Yan. Although the Luotian Divine Cauldron was the supreme medicinal cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list, it was also because of this that it would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yan. Once the news that Xiao Yan possessed the Luotian Divine Cauldron spread, all the alchemists in the continent would be shocked. After all, the heavenly tripod list was not just a joke. After hearing Elder Luo's words, Xiao Yan nodded his head with a solemn expression. How could he not know about this? An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Since he already possessed the Luotian Divine Cauldron, naturally, he had already thought of the worst possible outcome. However, he was not worried. At the very least, he was confident that he could keep the medicinal cauldron in his hands for a period of time. Since the medicinal cauldron was already in his hands, Xiao Yan would not give it up so easily. Seeing the solemn expression on Xiao Yan's face, Elder Luo could not help but nod his head. He frowned slightly and warned Xiao Yan, remember, try not to take this thing out in the future. Once it is discovered, you will be in trouble. Xiao Yan nodded his head again. He knew the logic behind this. Before he had the strength to protect the Luotian Divine Cauldron, he could only hide it in his storage ring. After reminding him again, Elder Luo focused his attention on the Luotian Divine Cauldron in front of him. He had only taken a rough look at it earlier, so he did not see the medicinal cauldron in front of him very clearly. When Elder Luo looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him carefully, he immediately discovered some clues. Hiss! Elder Luo's eyes focused and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. Under Elder Luo's careful observation, the Luotian Divine Cauldron in front of him was actually covered in cracks. For a medicinal cauldron, this was close to being scrapped. Moreover, the medicinal cauldron in front of him was the Luotian Divine Cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list. What is going on? Why did the Luotian Divine Cauldron become like this? As the voice that contained incomparable surprise sounded, his turbid old eyes immediately looked at Xiao Yan. At the same time, Luo Jin and Qing Mu by the side also shifted their gazes away from the medicinal cauldron and turned to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan could only spread his hands helplessly. Then he told the three of them about the damage to the medicinal cauldron. After Xiao Yan finished his narration, the three of them finally understood the reason for the damage to the Luotian Divine Cauldron. Elder Luo also nodded his head in pity. It was hard to imagine that the Luotian Divine Cauldron, ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list, would be injured to such an extent by King Yuan. However, Elder Luo also knew that a medicinal cauldron like this could be integrated with its owner. The most important thing about its quality was its owner. If the owner was strong enough, not to mention King Yuan, even the Origin Emperor and Origin Sect would not be able to destroy it. On the contrary, if the owner was weak like the previous owner, Zhou Tong, who did not have enough strength and had to use the Luotian Divine Cauldron as a shield to withstand the full force attack of a King Yuan, the outcome would naturally not be good. From the looks of it, the reason why the Luotian Divine Cauldron was still in its original state and most of its structure was intact was largely due to Zhou Tong's strength. Old Luo walked forward and used his shriveled hand to gently rub the tiny densely packed crack lines on the medicinal cauldron. Finally, his shriveled finger paused on the blade scar that had already scattered the blade aura. Old Luo frowned intently. His gaze looked at Xiao Yan as he slowly opened his mouth with a solemn tone. Kid, you have found a difficult problem for me this time. Chapter 348. Boom. With a violent bang in the ginseng spiritual world, a vast open space in the forest suddenly shook violently as if there was an earthquake. At this moment, a greenish-gold cauldron that was 30 feet tall stood majestically in front of the few people in the field. It was like a small mountain. The tall cauldron cast a huge shadow under the reflection of the sunlight, completely swallowing the few people's shadows. The sudden darkness, in addition to the reflection of the sunlight, caused Elder Luo and the other two people to squint within a few seconds. They did not dare to raise their heads to look at the huge object that had suddenly appeared in front of them. After a few breaths, when the three of them focused their gazes, they saw a huge cauldron standing in front of them. When the three of them saw this, their eyes could not help but become serious. Luo Jin's eyes could not help but reveal a surprised expression. He had seen the cauldron in front of him before, but he did not mention it to Elder Luo. He did not know what Xiao Yan intended to do by taking it out at this moment. Seeing the huge cauldron in front of them, Elder Luo and Qing Mu could not help but be secretly shocked. They looked at each other. When Elder Luo and Qing Mu saw the cauldron in front of them clearly, a shocked expression appeared on their old faces. Although Elder Luo was a blacksmith, he usually only knew how to refine some weapons. However, he had also dabbled in refining cauldrons. Although the two cauldrons had different attributes, their refining methods were similar. Moreover, blacksmiths were able to comprehend some new things, especially when it came to items that were refined with special techniques. At this moment, Elder Luo recognized the cauldron in front of him with a glance. The cauldron in front of him was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list. Luo Tian Sacred Cauldron. This is the second on the heavenly cauldron list, the Luo Tian Sacred Cauldron. Looking at the huge cauldron in front of them, which was like a small mountain, Elder Luo and Qing Mu were extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine that the Luo Tian Sacred Cauldron, which was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list, would actually appear in Xiao Yan's hands. If this news were to spread, the trouble that Xiao Yan would face in the future would be more than 10 times more difficult than it was now. Thinking of this, the two old men's faces immediately revealed a dignified expression. The heavenly tripod list. Putting aside the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron's ranking, just the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list were things that all alchemists in the continent yearned for. In the hearts of alchemists, the weight of the heavenly tripod list was not much less than the heavenly flame list. In the hearts of some alchemists, the value of the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list was not lower than the value of the heavenly flame. For the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list, some alchemists could not find even one cauldron in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan at such a young age actually had such a shocking treasure. Kid, this thing has been extinct on the continent for who knows how many years. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands today. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Old Luo's gaze was solemn as he looked at Xiao Yan. His tone was solemn as he spoke. His words contained a warning to Xiao Yan. Although the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was the supreme medicinal cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list, it was also because of this that it would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yan. Once the news that Xiao Yan had the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron spread, all the alchemists in the continent would be shocked. After all, the heavenly tripod list was not just a joke. After hearing Elder Luo's words, Xiao Yan nodded his head with a solemn expression. How could he not know about this? An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Since he already had the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, he had naturally thought of the worst possible outcome. However, he was not worried. At the very least, he was confident that he could keep the medicinal cauldron in his hands for a period of time. Since the medicinal cauldron was already in his hands, Xiao Yan would not give it up so easily. Seeing the solemn expression on Xiao Yan's face, Elder Luo could not help but nod his head. He frowned slightly and warned Xiao Yan, "Remember, try not to take this thing out in the future. Once it is discovered, you will be in trouble." Xiao Yan nodded his head again. He knew the logic behind this. Before he had the strength to protect the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, he could only hide it in his storage ring. After reminding him again, Elder Luo focused his attention on the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron in front of him. He had only taken a rough look at it earlier, so he did not see the medicinal cauldron in front of him very clearly. When Elder Luo looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him carefully, he suddenly found some clues. Hiss! Elder Luo's eyes focused and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. Under Elder Luo's careful observation, the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron in front of him was actually covered in cracks. For a medicinal cauldron, this was close to being scrapped. Moreover, the medicinal cauldron in front of him was the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list. What is going on? Why did the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron become like this? As the voice that contained incomparable surprise sounded, his turbid old eyes immediately looked at Xiao Yan. At the same time, Luo Jin and Qing Mu by the side also shifted their gazes away from the medicinal cauldron and turned to Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan could only spread his hands helplessly. Then he told the three people in front of him about the damage to the medicinal cauldron. After Xiao Yan finished his story, the three of them finally understood the reason for the damage to the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. Elder Luo also nodded his head in pity. It was hard to imagine that the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list, would be injured to such an extent by King Yuan. However, Elder Luo also knew that a medicinal cauldron like this could be integrated with its owner. The most important thing about its quality was its owner. If the owner was strong enough, not to mention King Yuan, even the Origin Emperor and Origin Sect would not be able to destroy it. On the contrary, if the owner was weak like the previous owner, Zhou Tong, who did not have enough strength and had to use the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron as a shield to withstand the full force attack of a King Yuan, the result would naturally not be good. From the looks of it, the reason why the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was still in its original state and most of its structure was intact was largely due to Zhou Tong's strength. Old Luo walked forward and used his shriveled hand to gently rub the tiny, densely packed crack lines on the medicinal cauldron. Finally, his shriveled finger paused on the blade scar that had already scattered the blade aura. Old Luo frowned intently. His gaze looked at Xiao Yan as he slowly opened his mouth with a serious tone. "Kid, you have found a difficult problem for me this time." Chapter 349. In the ginseng spiritual world, Elder Luo was solemnly looking at the green gold cauldron in front of him. His turbid eyes revealed a deep solemnity. After a long while, Elder Luo slowly descended from the sky. He looked deeply at the cauldron in front of him again. After that, he turned to face Xiao Yan with a frown. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily tightened when he saw old Luo reveal such an expression. His delicate and handsome eyebrows were involuntarily knit together. Could it be that even old Luo was unable to do anything about the seriously injured Luo Tianding? "Elder Luo, this cauldron," Xiao Yan asked tentatively. As he spoke, he could not help but clench his fists under his sleeves. His palms were sweating nervously. Seeing this, Elder Luo frowned. He slowly placed his hands behind his back. With his back facing Xiao Yan, he shook his head helplessly. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's nervous breathing suddenly stopped. His eyes revealed some pity. "Sigh." Xiao Yan sighed helplessly. He smiled bitterly and sighed in his heart. What a pity. The second on the heavenly cauldron list. It was actually destroyed by a King Yuan. What a waste. Xiao Yan was helpless. He had not expected that old Luo would be able to repair the Luo Tian cauldron after entering the ginseng spirit world this time around. It was unexpected that even old Luo had given such a disappointing answer. Xiao Yan waved his sleeves helplessly and was about to keep the Luo Tian cauldron, which had been declared to be useless, into his storage ring. No matter what, it was still a piece of heavenly sun green gold. Although it was a little damaged, Xiao Yan did not intend to throw it away. After all, the value of this item was not as simple as refining a cauldron. The value of a fist-sized piece of heavenly sun green gold was enough to move a Do D. After all, the rarity of this metal was not inferior to the meteorite mysterious iron. Fortunately, the degree of damage to this cauldron is still within my expectations. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to keep the cauldron in his storage ring, Elder Luo turned around and looked at Xiao Yan with a mocking expression. As soon as Elder Luo finished speaking, Xiao Yan's face instantly froze. A moment later, a joyful smile appeared on his face, as though he had survived a disaster. After a long while, Xiao Yan looked at Elder Luo with a bitter smile and said, "Elder Luo, of course." Elder Luo. The Luo Tian Cauldron List, and Elder Luo Tian Cauldron, and Luo Tian Cauldron List. Of Luo Tian Cauldron. The second ranked Luo Tian Cauldron List. Of Luo Tian Cauldron. Would have been destroyed Luo, because Luo Tian Luo. Cauldron. Elder Luo laughed out loud when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His shriveled hand gently stroked his beard as he looked at Xiao Yan with a mocking expression. "Haha, brat, do you really think that the second place on the heavenly cauldron ranking is just for show? If you want to destroy the Luo Tian cauldron with one strike, you need to be at least an Origin Emperor. Moreover, the previous owner of this cauldron was an expert of the same level as the owner of the Blade Aura. If you want to destroy the cauldron, you must first get rid of its owner. You have also said that this cauldron was taken from its previous owner. In other words, he was not truly dead before this and the cauldron cannot be completely damaged. This also gives the Luo Tian cauldron the possibility of being repaired." Hope was reignited in Xiao Yan's heart when he heard Elder Luo's words. Since Elder Luo had said so, it was only a matter of time before the Luo Tian cauldron was repaired. Although he did not know how long this wait would take, at the very least, Xiao Yan had a temporary basis in his heart. After a long while, Xiao Yan regained his senses. He looked at Elder Luo and asked with a smile, "Elder Luo, do you know what materials are needed to repair the Luo Tian cauldron this time?" Old Luo laughed softly and shook his head in front of Xiao Yan's somewhat surprised gaze when he heard this. "Brat, the heavenly sun green gold is not an ordinary material. It is just like your dark heavy buster sword. If you want to repair it, you can only rely on the heavenly sun green gold. The rarity of that material is not inferior to the meteorite mysterious iron. It is something that can only be found by chance. Xiao Yan nodded when he heard this. From a certain point of view, the rarity of the sky sun green gold was even rarer than the flame meteorite mysterious metal. This was something that could not be denied. Elder Luo took a deep breath when he saw Xiao Yan nodding his head. After which, he continued to speak. Therefore, I do not expect you to find the heavenly sun green gold. As long as you can control any kind of heavenly flame in the future, I guarantee that I will be able to repair the cauldron to more than 90%. After all, in this world the only thing that can perfectly merge the heavenly sun green gold is a heavenly flame. Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he heard this. Based on Elder Luo's words, it seemed like even he did not have 100% confidence that he could completely repair the cauldron. Elder Luo, could it be that this Luo Tian cauldron cannot be completely repaired? Xiao Yan frowned tightly. There was some worry in his voice. Elder Luo smiled and shook his head in response. He then explained to Xiao Yan, this is only because the heavenly flame is a heavenly flame. The reason why I say this is because I purely use the heavenly flame. Although the heavenly flame can heal all the cracks on the medicinal cauldron, there is one place that the heavenly flame cannot repair. After he finished speaking, Elder Luo's gaze turned to the blade mark on the cauldron. The blade aura had already dissipated. That small piece of heavenly sun green gold was forcefully cut off by the blade. If that small piece of heavenly sun green gold cannot be repaired, no matter what kind of heavenly flame is used to refine it, it will not be able to repair it to its peak. At this point, Xiao Yan understood in his heart. In the end, it was due to the lack of materials. Xiao Yan naturally did not need to worry about the heavenly flame. The only thing he was worried about was the heavenly sun green gold. After all, this material was too rare. If he was lucky, he might be able to find a piece in a short period of time. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to find a trace of it even if he searched the entire continent. Regardless, now that he had found a way to repair the Luo Tian cauldron, Xiao Yan would not give up. In any case, he was not in a hurry to find the heavenly sun green gold. At the very most, he could slowly search for it in the future. What he needed now was a way to repair the Luo Tian cauldron. After calming himself down, Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes looked at Elder Luo. He cupped his hands and bowed to the latter with a smile. Rest assured, Elder Luo. I will definitely do my best to find the heavenly sun green gold and the heavenly flame. When the time comes, I will have to trouble Elder Luo to repair the Luo Tian cauldron for me. Elder Luo lifted his gaze. His turbid old eyes saw the determination on Xiao Yan's face. A glint flashed across his deep eyes. After secretly praising him in his heart, Elder Luo laughed heartily and replied, "Ha, good. Based on your confidence, I will look forward to the day you find the heavenly flame and the heavenly sun green gold. At that time I will naturally not be polite. Ah."